Okay, I think you can hear me now. Just hold, please. How's that, everybody? Can you hear me now? Okay, good. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I knew instantly that you guys couldn't hear me, but it takes 30 seconds for that to register through to you guys. Hello, happy time zone, everybody. I understand that clocks be absolutely wild out there, and so some of you thought that this stream wasn't happening today, even though I still had an hour to go before it was due to start. But I'm glad that so many of you seem to have been able to make it. I'm sorry for anybody who's going to miss out because their clocks have shifted, but have a word with your clocks. Yeah, okay, so let us roll straight into... Don't panic, Caitlin O'Neill, what did I just say? No panicking, we're fine. Hello. Here for the second time. Well, welcome back, DB, then. You don't get a welcome, you get a welcome back. All right, so last week we were working on Nibbles the Rattata. This is Nibbles' debut. This is how the little guy turned out. And there was a request last week to see how Raticate had turned out previously. Now, Raticate, I'm very conflicted about because I think I've ruined his face. I like the shapes of the pieces, but I think when I put his mouth on, I ruined it. So I don't like showing him very much, but I did dig him out of the bag. You can see the pile in the background where I had to sort through 170 odd Pokemon to find him. So that was Raticate, the little potato, whose name is Crisp Rathew, and we should have named him something I can actually say. But in comparison, this is a top 10% Rattata, and maybe a bottom 10% Raticate. But they are buddies, and they will look after one another. And I did stitch Rattata's teeth on. You just can't... there's just not a lot of colour difference between the white and the cream. So, oh good, Mr. Bones is keeping track of the bragging rights that has already been assigned. And of course we have the raccoon for scale, because I can't be more than 3 feet from these little dudes at the moment. Because I love them. They're so cute. Okay, and that was it. That's all we did last week. So to update the Pokédex, this was the Pokédex from 2 weeks ago, because I hadn't updated it with Jinx or Magmar yet, and this is what it looks like now. There we go. So I'll flick that on and off so people can work out where the new ones are. There we go. So yeah, we added Jinx, Magmar, and Rattata to it, which leaves us with just... Excuse you, Rattata. You are blocking everybody's view right now, mate. There we go. It leaves us with 45 to go? Something like that? Because we've done 100 and... I can math this. Hold on. We've done 105 so far, so we've got 46 to go. If CK walks more than 4 feet from the raccoon, she starts taking psychic damage. Yeah, there's a reason I have 3.5. Because I have half of one. Because, when I say that... Excuse me. Don't know what's going on there. When I say that pattern was accidentally no-so, I have proof. This was the prototype for that pattern. And I was just oh, I'll make the body because I really want to try experimenting with this shape here to see if it'll work. And I got to the back of the body, I'm just oh, I can probably just continue on into the tail. And that's the original tail shape. It got changed a little bit. But then I was just with where the magic ring is for the body, I could totally just start with the head. And I also have a loose head rolling around here that I will sew onto him eventually. Just because I didn't want to leave him as a headless wonder. But yeah, I was just huh, I could totally just blonk. So yeah. The headless body is my proof. I need to make a trench coat for the raccoons so they can be 3 raccoons in a trench coat. I know, Amy Liz, but I want to do that as a big project, kind of like Albert. We haven't done one in a while now, but Albert, you can see his butt there. I want to do this a big project where I'm not super worried about not freehanding what needs to be freehanded and all that, because the trench coat's already a pretty big challenge. So I decided to free myself of the limitation of having to dress the raccoons for this week. That's a heck of a sentence right there. But nevertheless, let us move right along, because I have some doors for you. Now, all right, disclaimer about these doors. It's a little bit different this week. There is a theme, but I feel kind of bad that I don't think one of them matches the theme particularly well, so I'm telling you that off at the start so that if it comes up, you'll be hang on, that doesn't match the theme very well. Yeah, in hindsight, it doesn't. but I really wanted him to be in the listings. So I overruled the theme. Yeah, 100-hour challenge, exactly. Oh, you like the Squishmallow challenge? That Squishmallow challenge took a surprising amount out of me, given what it was. Have I seen PM7's new video, Pokemon Too Many Types? We're just playing it before stream. Not if it's a super new one. I watched one like that a couple of months ago, though. Time is kind of squish-squashy for me. I don't really... Like, I know what happened in the last, like, 48-hour dome, and then everything just feels like it happened a long time ago. Okay, so, anyway, the theme for today is these Pokemon... They are dressed / accessorized. I'd like, go with dressed, but one of them doesn't match the theme. And the colors of the doors is the color of the clothing or accessory. So it's not the main Pokemon color that we've gone with today, okay? So they're the two like major hints you get. Let's start our little poll. And you can pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. And there's no like the lightest part or the darkest part messing around with this. I found the closest thing I could to a mid-tone of each of the like accessories that they're wearing. Because one of them will surprise you. One of them doesn't meet the theme, and a different one is going to surprise you when you see what we reveal, I think. Because ain't nobody thinking that this is purple. Oh, I like to see the guesses coming in. Late to the party and not... Yeah, so for the rest of the stream, I'm just going to call the theme that these Pokemon are accessorized, but you will all know. All right? You guys have the inside track. You have the secret information. Oh, we got some guesses. 4 is Hitmonchan. 3 is a really good purple. 1 is Alakazam. 1 might be Slowbro. Purple Menace, you are too strong. That's okay. The Purple Menaces are pretty frequently punished for their choices. Yeah, Elizabeth, you're here live. You're allowed to vote. Please participate. It's half the fun. I didn't know you could swap your vote. Yeah, we don't have Marowak yet, do we? Be interesting if she's behind door number 1. Well, we do have Cubone. In fact, I actually have Cubone here today. That's a coincidence, isn't it? Huh. I got him here. Which is funny, because I don't really have very many, like, directly next to me right now. I have Grotle. Muck. Lapras. But that's mainly because I took the Pokemon that we had on the desk last week and just sort of went, and... Proud Purple Menace. I'm sorry, Boring Color Brigade. I actually think I've started to identify all of you as the Purple Menace. Fantasy Ocean, you are completely okay to pick your favorite number. We're picking a Pokemon to make today. The colors of the doors represent the color of the accessory said Pokemon was wearing in their main sprite. So like we change it up a little bit. Yeah, Bam Bam the Bone Knurling Man Fastest Femur in Pallet Town. Don't know why I can remember that one and not the Nidoking is harder. It's like Sabarnabas the Ned the Nice Neddington something. Like it's just but I can remember Bam Bam. It is sometimes a risk being a Purple Menace, but I wear the badge with pride, as you should. As you should. Boring colors lose again. That's okay. Eventually we'll end up with just boring colors and then you'll have your day. But I'm thinking that we might have our answer. Okay guys, we have our answer. You've done this to yourselves. 4 can't be Parasect. We've already made Parasect. We made Parasect pretty early on in this whole thing. Barnabas Kingsley, the nice Neddington, 69th of his name. Thank you very much, Heng Yang. Alright, so the winner of the poll was number 3. You're going to regret that. At 36% of the vote. Then was number 4 at 25%, number 2 at 20%, and number 1 at 18%. So let us open door number 3, and you'll see what you have thwart. Because this wasn't me. I did my best. This one's not on me. But you'll be pleased to know that this dude isn't wearing black underwear. He's wearing purple underwear. I'm leaving that on the screen so you can see that I've literally sampled the right color, but then I don't want to draw attention to his crotch. So on we go. You've done this. We finally did it. We picked Machoke. And I'm glad that we're doing it before we get to the weird part of the stream, because otherwise this could go completely off the rails. So let's make Machoke. Let's get a sprite going. Not that one though. Now, he's looking very grey purple there, but previously we've made Machoke, and we've made Machamp and his sock puppet. But we made them in like green, and the real question that we have to address first off today is, do we make Machoke to match these two, or do we make him in... The only purple I have to offer is very purple, or we could make him grey. We can absolutely make him grey, that is an option. I might have to go digging to find the same green. Like, don't get me wrong, I can absolutely do that, that's not a big deal. But it's just not right on top, because it's not a colour I use very often. So yeah, what are we thinking? Grey! Grey! No regrets! Hi Jinx! Had to get more Peoplemon eventually. We're actually making pretty good progress through the Peoplemon. We've done Mr. Mime, we've done Jinx, we even got Magmar done, and this is the last of the Machop line. So like, we're actually getting through most of the Peoplemon at this point. Everyone's chanting grey. Because like, the sprites don't match. Machop and Machamp have matching sprites, and then Machoke has always been just like a different colour. Duck Egg? Yeah, I think that's the shade that I've used. Whatever shade that I use for these two is the one that I'd use. Then what would his head fins be? Probably the same beige. Got plenty of beige. Beige is never a colour I run out of. I don't actively... Like, beige is never my first choice, but I use like a lot of like bits of it in different projects. Where is that dang duck blue? I'm gonna have to... Oh no, wait, there it is! Buried! Every week you get on here and hope for the Hitmonlee, and every week you're disappointed. I've put Hitmonlee in the vote at least 3 separate times, okay? Y'all need to coordinate. So that's the same blue, and I think it is Duck Egg. Yep, blame the Purple Menaces, but remember that we love them. Also, nobody thinks of Machop, and not Machop, nobody thinks of Machoke and thinks, oh yeah, you know the pants he's wearing? The hot pants he's wearing? They're totally purple. Just like, no, but then I sampled the colour, I'm like, oh no, they're gonna think this is purple. Yeah, so the purple for what I'm going to be referring to as his hot pants, I will use... Sorry guys, I'm rummaging around in my yarn box. Do I not have a dark purple in there? Weird. What do I do about that? How long has it been since I've used a purple? Hold up guys, I'm gonna go find a purple just so we can do some colour comparisons. There's one in here. I know there's one on the wall. Weird. And that one's still got its paper on, so I know it's not been half used. I'm making such a mess. Nope. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna get a new one. We're gonna get a new one. Alright. 2 options here. So we have like dark purple, but I also think dark blue could work, and I'm going to show them both on my face cam as soon as I've resituated myself. There we go. There you are. Hi. So I actually think that like dark blue could work for it, but the dark purple is closest. I'm tempted just to make them in dark grey, honestly. Like, that's the colour I think of them being, and like, we've done Machamp's butt with black yarn. I'm sorry that I'm so indecisive. But then, if you look at the sprite, his is decisively black. I did not want to talk about this for this long. Dark purple's the only option, yeah. But I'm worried that it looks too like purple, because it is like purple. I think I promised the people purple. That's valid. That's valid. But does the purple go with the grey? Because I don't think that looks very cartoony. I'm having thoughts. Hold on. They're shy thoughts. They need to be like given a second. For the belt. Gills. Sorry guys, I need you to move out the way. So, okay, a big part of me wants all three of them to match, which does suggest that duck egg is the colour to go with. However, he has always been a slightly different shade of purple. Could do him in the grey. Grey is not a bad match. Have those as be like the lines on his skin. Or those could be the lines on his skin. Or even Outback. Oh, Outback's a pretty good match for the lines on his skin, actually. We'll do Outback, which is slightly oranger than it appears on that screen. Yeah, he's a frog. The sprites don't match. Exactly. Sprites don't match. So we'll get rid of that. Then to put purple pants on him, that's such a lot. It's like... I think that's better. Sprites don't match. Stop making them try to match. Like, that'll be his hat piece. Like his little head gilly frill things. Then yellow for the belt. Okay. Raven Wolf, I don't know if you're going, no duck egg, or no duck egg. Yeah, okay, that is a fairly realistic representation of what that purple looks like. Purple or nothing. Okay, all right, guys. We're all gonna take a big deep breath. Now, we need name suggestions. So let's just find out what the names of the other two were. So Machop is Chatter Cheese, and Machamp is Jim Bob the Jim Frog, and Lil Bro the Hand Puppet. So we do need to name Machoke as well. So Mr. Bones will be keeping track of the name suggestions, while I do a little sketch of our dude. I don't enjoy the Peoplemon. I'm going to be trying to make this as quickly as possible and just get it out the way. He's a very dinosaurian mouth, this guy. But low nostrils. It's very strange. We're going to do closed mouth because he doesn't deserve the open mouth treatment. My goodness, what a goofus he looks like already. I'm like, he pretty much just needs to be the same as this, but without the extra arms on his back, right? Am I overlooking something here? Like, he gets some like stripy arm details. He doesn't have the yellow beak, and he has more pronounced head ridges. I hate how much it just exposes me for how little little practice I have drawing human anatomy, these ones here. Call him Mr. T and make him some gold necklaces. J of all trades, we will not be calling him that. And I will not be saying that on stream. We could call him the Purple Menace. Artie Chock? Oh, Choke, right. Because his name's Machoke. And he's going to get the Gumby arms. We're not doing biceps. Ain't nobody got time for biceps. And mitten hands. Not because we can't do realistic hands, but because we don't want to do realistic hands. No one gets hot pants and realistic hands, okay? It's the rules. Where do those gills work? I know he's got like 3 on the top of each forearm. He's a buff frog. He has belt. Young lady, go put on some pants. Okay, see, what? Can I just point out that Machamp has 2 toes on each foot, right? 2. Why does Machoke have 5? That's so upsetting. It's just like, yeah, we're going to sit here and crochet some realistic man feet. That's what the people want. Sorry, I'm going to stop complaining about this, guys. We're going to have some fun. It's going to be fine. And then we'll be done with this evolutionary line. And it'll be good. I've seriously drawn him as such a goofus. The ink will really bring it into focus for us. Like, he's just a friendly guy. There we go. I don't actually know if I want to do toes, but we'll work that out when we get to the feet. You flexing to provide me an example of masculine anatomy, love?
Yes.
You're doing a great job.
Also.
Put the foot away.
I'm helping.
Machoke? Oh, I like Machoke. So that's our dude. That's our dude. Yeah, okay. So that's what we have to do first today. I'm glad you think that it's cute. I appreciate. We can't have we can't have another rock name because we've already named one of them after the rock. You guys used that one up on, was it it was either Tentacool or Tentacruel. I can't remember which one's which, but one of them is the Squid Johnson, something like that. Sorry guys, there's a lot of names to remember at this point. Alright, so I think we landed on the grey. Yeah, he does. He looks very friendly. As I said, I just immediately goofused him. Y'all can sit there and supervise from up there. I want everybody to know that the little raccoon is sitting on top of the beige, staring at me. It's providing many hours of entertainment. Well, what are we going to do? I think we're going to start at the top of the head. Yeah. It doesn't have to be perfect, we just have to get through it. Yeah, Mr. Bones, also that reason. Hi, Darcy. Still at work. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, but we look forward to seeing you when you're a little bit more free. Well, Sanity Creations, he's a very buff skeleton. Can we call him Dave because he's the odd one out and it's the friendly version of gosh freaking dang it, Dave? Wait, is that actually a thing? Because I have a story that I do not wish to share online, and so I shouldn't talk about it, but like I thought that it was just something I did because of a person I knew. I didn't realize it was an actual thing. Archibald Chokington McChampenstein. Alright, so you guys are bringing it on the names today. That's alright. Mr. Bones will keep track of the 4 most popular suggestions, or the 4 he likes the best. He has a lot of power, and he wields it justly. I like to think so anyway. And then every so often I throw a little chaos in the mix and pick the one I like best. But we will get this guy named. Okay, with the Archibald Chokington, I don't like the McChampenstein. I like Archibald Chokington. Oh, we are. I can already feel it. We're gonna need a bobby pin today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12. You know what's surprisingly hard? Streaming and keeping up like a stream of consciousness, like just talking away to you guys. When you've got a song so firmly wedged in your head that like the lyrics, you're just sure they're gonna come flying out of your mouth at any second. And like there's nothing wrong with this song, it's just copyrighted. So like we don't mess around with that stuff because we like to pay our bills. So, but like at the same time, this song is pretty firmly ensconced in my head. My noggin is playing it in high fidelity over and over and over again. Where? There's a bobby pin. Yeah. Current name list is P. Menace, Matcha, Machoke, Archibald Chokington. No, we're getting rid of Von Champenstein. I've decided. It can be Archibald Chokington, but we're not doing a character limit of 1,000,000 characters. Mr. Bones, I'm going to need you to stop that or I'm going to ban you from the chat. Okay, so top of head. Not a very big top of head, gotta say. Kept it small. Do we want a really like little Machoke? Machoke would be funny, very, very small. Maybe we'll just go up a half size. Not even a half size. Let's go up to 16. It's just over a half size. So it's 16 instead of being 15 or 18. And it's going to encourage a slightly squarer shape to the head, just by evenly spacing 4 increases instead of 3. Because he doesn't really strike me as a triangle guy. He strikes me as a square. I have lost count somewhere. I'm going back. One, increase 1. Good. 1, increase 1. I did it again. It's the fact that there's technically 2 increases, but like the fact that there's technically 2 single crochet between each increase, but like the mental toll is like 1, increase 1, 1, increase 1, and so like it's kind of a weird one to try and stay on track with. I don't know why I'm struggling. Okay, we have achieved top of head. Yeah, we're basically done. I haven't written down a single line of instructions yet though. One moment, please. Okay, so we'll work 1 row down, then we'll curve out, we'll like put a lot of increases on one side to give him that little like Barney the dinosaur nose. Three, 4. Apparently we landed on grey. Yeah, no, we did land on grey because like he had to be a different color than the other 2. That's the rules. And I wasn't going to do like a bright purple one, even though that is the color of his sprite in the generation that I'm playing in Soul Silver. I get confused sometimes because like I know I don't know them, but I know of the generations of Pokemon, you know, Gen 1, 2, 3, and 4 and whatever. But then like sometimes I'll refer to a game, like when I'm doing that Soul Silver run, I refer to it as like Gen 1 through Gen 4, and I get corrected sometimes that like I'm using the wrong gen to identify it because technically the game itself is a Gen I guess it's a Gen 4 game or something. Yeah, it's just like, no, I'm never ever referring to the game when I'm referring to generation. I'm always referring to the collection of Pokemon involved. Yeah, Machop is Cheddar cheese. That does not mean you can't use Chad in other places, particularly as this is the evolution of Machop. So I would allow Chad in the, like, or some version of Chad to be used in this, but it's one of those things where we don't want Chad to be Machop as well as Chad to be Krabby as well as Chad to be Onyx. You know what I mean? He should only get a sock puppet if... Oh my goodness, he could be wearing the sock. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we gave him... If he was wearing, like, the yellow sock that was just a plain yellow sock that, like, as he evolves, it evolves into the sock puppet on his hand. Which game? It is... I mean, it's a modded version of Soul Silver, but it's Soul Silver. I specifically wanted to use a game that I owned a physical copy of. Okay, so that was 2 rows of 16 single crochet. Which might be enough. We could curve out the beak now. In fact, we're going to have to, because otherwise we're going to be too late to that particular party. So let's put the beak on the front. This tends to be where one's mouth goes. So that's our opening at the moment, and we are stitching this way. We have 16 stitches in our round, so if we cut that in half, we end up with 8 and 8, and we want this to be centered in the back, so like 4 and 4, leaving us with 8 around the front. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, we're breaking it down, it's immediately just becoming easier to think about. All we're thinking about are these 8 stitches and how we want them to be shaped, well, like this. Yeah, like that. So that is a very wide kind of shape, but it doesn't go all the way to the side of his head. So we know that those two, the one on either side, should probably stay as single. That's just me splitting them off. But we're going to then need to increase quite a lot. So I'm thinking 3 here, 3 here, and then 2 in each of the middle ones. And that's going to mean that it flares out quite a lot on the sides, but it's just getting that good consistent growth in the middle. And we're going to just try that shape. And watch out for if it's flipping upwards when we work all of those increases, we've over increased and we need to bring it back down, and we might potentially change that to just being 4 increases across the front. But I want to try the more exaggerated version first just to see what kind of shape we're getting. So every so often she does actually talk about crochet. 6 single crochet, ink 3, 2 increases, ink 3, and 6 single crochet back to the start. Let's see what that looks like. I know, I can't wait for Joltik either. I can already, like, we'd have to brush him, right? Joltik has to be one of the brushed ones. Cut some neat little triangles into his fluff. 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3. The other thing I'll say about pattern designing, because it might be the last thing I say about pattern designing on this stream, given the way they seem to go, is that, like, this is kind of like maths. You know how, like, in school you're encouraged to show your work and, like, plot it all out? This is me, like, showing my work. Most of the time, most of this happens up here once you've done it enough times. So, like, don't feel like you gotta write it down every time, but also, like, when I'm having a like, kind of harder to think sort of day, some days are easy, some days are harder, you can always go back to showing your work. And it'll help you keep things moving forward. You want to make him in furry yarn? That'll do it. There we go. So that's the row, and I actually really like the way that turned out. The thing I was worried about would be that we so over increased it that it was trying to curl upwards. But this is giving us just the right amount of, like, bending outwards. And it was 6 increases, like 6 additional stitches added in total which would bring us to 22 around, and we're going to do a row of 22 to lock that mouth in. He's huge. He's accidentally turning out huge. He's got a big head. It's fine. We'll deal with it. Megapod him, Sith Assassin. We do not want to be here all day. We got to start getting through 2 Pokemon a day. Because with 46 to go, this is the 46th to go, that might take us all year if we're not careful. And we would like it to be done in half that time. So 2 Pokemon per stream is the goal. Last week I became unwell and had to go deal with that. But it's not the norm. Sometimes we are aware that streams are going to be slightly shorter than normal. That might be too much nose for this fellow. No, his sprite does show him as being quite protuberancy. We're not making Mega Choke. Are you kidding me right now? Let's put some eyes in, shall we? I'm not going to snap the backs on yet because I'm not sold on the actual location just yet, but this will help keep us focused. Six in the middle should do that. So I'm bringing us down to 20 just to like curve the nose off a little bit. Thank you, honey. I will go check the Discord. Okay, so he does have like quite a protrudy mouth. I'm not wrong here. He's just going to be a little disproportionate. It'll be like his body has evolved towards Machoke, Machamp, and his head is still Machop sized. It's fine. It'll look fine. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, the math ain't mathing here. Ooh, instant flare of temper. That's interesting. I'm short-tempered today. It's fun watching that like happen from a distance. It was like, oh, okay, she's cranky. That's interesting. Why am I cranky? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 to there. Can I not count? Is that what the problem is? How many stitches are there in this row? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, 21, 22. So there is 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to there. Okay. I've done this to myself. Decrease and then decrease, and then that's the front. It's just because I put the eyes in crooked, that's all. There's nothing wrong here. All right, whoever just observed the fact that he has a little letter on his belt. I'm gonna have to get out the rolled up magazine and start bonking people on the nose.
Can I borrow a pen?
I mean, I have one out there. I have a pen.
A pin.
Pin! Yes, of course. Ah. Alright, well, folks, Mr. Bones has officially commenced his mischief making. We could make him P. Sherman. 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney. Four, 5, and 6. And a decrease. There we go. Okay, so now we have a better idea of where the corners of that mouth are because we've decreased it down so we can see where the top 2 corners are. I just very much wanted it to have like a slightly squarish shape because he's a slightly squarish kind of guy. And that's going to help me put the eyes in a little bit neater or a little bit better. The eyes are very much on the side of this head. I don't know, guys. I feel like I'm failing this one already. I just got to trust my own process a little bit. Because even if he's bad, it'll be fine. Because like no one's that invested in this one anyway. Okay, so eyes went into row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Eyes into row 5. 1, 2, 3 stitches between. We thought we were going to get him done before the weird part of the stream. We did not consider to just start the stream weird. Look, we're doing our best. Okay, it's just like, I notoriously, at this point, hate making dolls and humanoid figures. And then I'm being forced to deal with, like, these gym bros. And I'm just like, who in their right mind wants to crochet a gym bro? Well, sorry, that's a terrible thing to say because there are plenty of wonderful people out there who might want to do that. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's just not my jam. And we're doing it. We're getting through it. We're getting through it together. This is worse than when we made Jinx. Jinx turned out cute. I don't know if this guy's gonna. I think this guy's gonna just be a pain in my tuchus. Alright, so he's very inset into his own shoulders, so I kind of want to start making said shoulders now, even though I'm still closing off the underside of the head here. So the time has come for another little diagram. There's going to be a few of these here while I work out how to flare these shoulders properly. So please note that our point has like moved because of drift. Like the center is now like here. And we are, there's only 1 stitch as a difference, but it's still just like 1 stitch as a difference. You've got to be aware of that. It's, for me, I found that I get like 1 stitch of like drift every 3 rows. That seems to be the right ratio. So like I don't like mathematically adjust my patterns accordingly. I tend to just go freeform with landmarks and write it down and make sure everything balances that way. But at the same time, I'm also aware that I get basically 1 stitch of drift for every 3 rows that I work. So there's that, and we currently still have 20 stitches in our round. It's good to keep a little note of that. And you can't really see when I use this pencil, but I do not wish to use the pen. So, okay, you can't even see when I use the pen. That's fine. All right, you can see me vaguely scribbling, and we're just going to all make our peace with that. So that means that there is like 9 stitches along that edge and 10 stitches along that edge. What are we trying to do here? Well, we want to decrease a whole bunch along this beak, and we do have a decrease there. Now if I go decrease 3 together, it'll form a pinch point, which will give us like quite a squared off jaw. And if I did that on both sides, we'd end up with 2 stitches in between. That nose pulled in quite a lot, and his head appears smaller. We like that for us. So we'll do a decrease 3 and a single crochet and a decrease 3. So that uses up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of our stitches so far, leaving us with 12 stitches remaining. You didn't think that this was going to be one consistent, like one long algebra class, but here we are. I always liked algebra. So then I could just single crochet around the head to do that, but because we want him inset into his shoulders, we actually need to like work out which stitches are the right point to start the flare of that shoulder. We're not building down into the arms, we'll just sew the arms on, but like we just need to like flare out a little bit of shoulder, and then we can just work down into the body nugget. So I'm just going to literally fold this in half to find our midpoint. So that's our single crochet, that's our single crochet 3 together, and then we have 1, 2, 3. I feel like it's one of those 2 stitches is the answer here. I think we'll go 3 single crochet, 2, 3, and then we'll do, I don't even know if it'll be a 3 or if it might even be a 5 stitches into the same stitch. 5 stitches into the same stitch, and then I think it's 1 single crochet there. 1 single crochet there, some kind of giant increase, and then 2 stitches back to the start. So that will use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That will use all 20 of our stitches and should do all of the shaping things that we need. Oh, Night Breeze, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, sorry, Rebecca. Yeah, sorry. You were correct, Rebecca, and also I'm sorry for being just a little bit whiny about it. Yeah, I'm grumpy. I'm cranky. It's fine. Wah. 3 and 4. It's like, it's not like I didn't pick the options behind the doors either, right? 2. I don't think 3 is going to be enough. I think we might do 5. It's 3. 4. Guys, are we going to do it? Are we going to do 5? 5, we did. No one tell anyone, okay? I've been playing around with like those slightly more extreme shaping stitches recently of just like put 5 stitches into that stitch and then skip them later. It'll be fine. And it always is fine. It does always seem to be fine. Okay, so this is where it's telling me to put the next one. Might need to rotate this slightly. Going to trust the process till the end of the row, however. 5, and then it should be just, what, 2 stitches back to the start of the row? He's got little like wings. He can fly away from his problems. Okay, good. So yeah, we've pulled the mouth in. We've started the shoulders. I like this. I'm going to write it down and immortalize it. 3 single crochet. I'll do a little ink 5 and a single crochet and a single crochet 3 together. 2 single crochet 3 together. Single crochet, ink 5, and 2 single crochet back to the start of the row. Ooh, carpet cleaners. How do I decide when to do 5 into the same stitch, and do you count it or just go on looks? Well, it depends on what I'm trying to do. Like in this instance, I did 5 into the same stitch because I wanted to add a lot of stitches to the width of it really, really quickly. If I'd done it over 2 rows, we would have ended up with a more sloped shape as we like gradually added that width, but I wanted to add all of that width at the same time. You can't do it too many times in a row or you'll end up with a shape that can't resolve itself. Sorry, I sit here and I say you can't do it, but the point is that you absolutely can do it. It'll just form a different type of shape, and if you're aiming for that shape, you should do it. There are no wrong answers here, but in this case, I did the ink 5 instead of the ink 3 because ink 3 would have sloped his shoulders downwards, and I wanted more of a straight out kind of shape, which is what we got here. As for knowing to do it or not to do it, that's just a trial and error and experience thing. It's like previously I've I'm so sorry, everybody. Hydrate or dihydrate. Previously, I've done both things before, so I know what the outcomes of both are, but it would have been a perfectly legitimate thing for me to do just then, to use 3 stitches into the same stitch and then do 3 stitches into the same stitch again in the next row and just see if I like that. But I know a shortcut. I'm just going to put all the increases into this row and see what it needs from there. What is that that's fallen on the ground? Weird. Yes. I'm glad you love the raccoon. I love the raccoon. I'm not going to spend the whole stream talking about the raccoon, but I really appreciate how much the crafting community has embraced the raccoon. He's a cute little guy, and I'm determined to make sure everybody sees him. Hello. He's so cute from every possible angle. He's full of mystery. Do you want to steal the raccoon? No?
He has a P on his belt, which means he can spell. but he doesn't have...
Okay, I hate that, first of all.
He can only say his own name, so here he can have this.
Oh, that actually bums me out a little bit.
Tiny little notebook saying hi.
He's made him a little notebook so that he can communicate, and I don't know if I know I hate that. Like, I love this in theory. I hate the idea that Machoke is intelligent enough to be able to spell. That just makes me super uncomfy. We need a skunk to finish the Ohio starter Pokemon. Oh, right, you're referring to like the opossum, the raccoon, and the skunk. Well, good news, everybody. I adore skunks. I think they're adorable, and part of that is because I've never had to experience them in person, I'm sure. Never had to deal with the smell. But, yeah, I'm a fan of skunks. There is a pretty good chance that at some point we will be making a skunk here on the channel. I don't know what we're making this week yet. I don't know what I'm making this week yet. Thank you, honey. I just got my pin back. Which is rough because I have to film whatever we're doing tomorrow. 1, 2, 3. Oh, am I still decreasing? No, we're good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, I'm just flaring out the shoulders a little bit more. What is our row count up to anyway? It's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 25. We're up to 25. You want to make 3 raccoons and then a trench coat? Yep, good idea. Oh, you chanting for cicadas and cows and whatnot. See, like, I'm not convinced that I should do a pattern this week, because we've done a couple of patterns now. We could do a pattern. We could do a pattern. I could just, like, I say just as though it's not a lot of work, but, like, I'm kind of leaning towards doing a giant wombat. I know it was on the vote, and I know that it wasn't the most popular vote, the most popular thing on the vote, but it might just be where my muse leads me, is a nice big wombo this week. There was a regular increase. We need to at least do 3. I'll call you a wombo if I want. Yeah, I think skunks are really cute. Particularly like little baby skunks. Are you kidding me? Like, you see footage all the time of like mama skunks trying to lead a little parade up steps or whatever, and the little babies can't get up, and so she's like having to show them long ways around various things. And it's just like, those are adorable, ma'am. You've done an excellent job. Look at you. Look what you made. Maybe not giant wombat, but maybe like a life-sized baby wombat. Like, it would be a real adult wombat, but like, or real, but like baby wombats are like this. That's a lot of work too, though. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow yet. I'll work it out between today and tomorrow. Because yeah, I just don't know. And sometimes I don't know right up to the last minute. Sometimes I have things planned so far in advance. Like, there is a window of time coming up where you're going to get something that was planned so far in advance, it makes my head spin. But the rest of the time it's just like, what do I want to do today? I know, let's make a raccoon. Here we go. Did I see your reversible pigeon? I don't think I did, Nibbles, sorry. There was a mama skunk with babies under a cabin at a campsite you were at once. Embiggening the wombat would be fun. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking about it too. Just like making it, like doubling one of my Christmas minis just feels like something I'm interested in. It's just about picking which one I want to do. Because the snail's a candidate, the wombat's a candidate. There's so many to pick from. I did see the video of the American tourist grabbing the baby wombat. I do not wish to speak on this subject because it's not a side of my personality I like to show the internet, but I am not best pleased. But I think all of Australia kind of feels the same way. So at least I'm not alone there. Anybody who's interested, I would just Google it. I would rather keep it out of my chat because I don't feel like rage baiting myself today. It's just like, someone did yeah. Someone did a thing. Australia's not impressed. Australia's sent that person away. Didn't we just make bugs? You did just make bugs. What do you mean? Is that you saying no more bugs, please? Please, no more bugs? Because, like, that's okay. That's a legitimate piece of feedback. No, hey, we don't... Don't call yourself a dumb American. That's not very kind. Alright? Don't be mean to my friend. Oh, I think I did see the reversible pigeon. I just don't think I realized it was reversible. I thought it was just like this wonderful little like drink cozy or whatever, you know what I mean? Like just like a really chunky pigeon. That's alright. Everybody, it's okay. Everybody, like, the actions of an individual do not reflect upon the entirety of a community. Okay, and we are building out the shoulders of Machoke. Mr. Bones, can I get an up-to-date name list? Just because I'm curious as to where we've landed with them. The last time when we were looking, that it had a lot of Chads, it had a lot of like Armstrongs. Okay, P Menace, Matcha. You know what? I'm going to dismiss Matcha because to me Matcha, like unless someone can convince me otherwise, Matcha is green. And there is nothing green about our frog. Machoke is funny. That can stay. Archibald Chokington. I'm gonna already tell you that I'm ditching the Von Champenstein. Bra and Chad. We can't call him Bra. And Chad Armstrong. Yeah, defend us for Matcha. Make yourselves known if you're present. But you can't just start chanting it. I'm gonna need a reason as to why it's appropriate. I like Machoke. I think Machoke is funny, particularly as we've named Machamp as Jim Bob the Gym Frog, and so Machoke is just very appropriate. You need some luck with hatching a shiny Alolan Vulpix. Okay, Confused Paladin, you can have all of my shiny luck. I've been storing it up for it'd be a good 6 or 7 months now, so use it wisely, and I hope you find that that which you are seeking. Shiny Machoke is green. Okay. Alright. Okay, that's a thin reason, but like we're getting closer to alright. So it's literally the reasoning is the shiny thing, because then that makes it appropriate if we were making a shiny one. Maybe instead of matcha for a drink of the appropriate color, taro bubble tea. That's a lot of baggage to put on this guy's shoulders. Name him Bra. Okay, I'm pleased with the shape we are managing to achieve at the moment. Like, I can just stop and admire this for a second. I get that there's not super high contrast, but he has face, he has the illusion of shoulders, which is good. That's all I was asking for. I don't know how many rounds of single crochet I just sort of mindlessly did. I think I did 3. That's ridiculous. Gotta pay attention and do what I'm supposed to do. I think we just continue that down, maybe 1 more row, maybe 2 more rows to lock in the pecs. Okay, Jackie, that's really interesting. So, sorry, I've just seen in the Discord that because like I mentioned what my drift was as 1 stitch for every 3 rows, give or take, depending on the amount of increasing and decreasing. And Jackie's is about 1 stitch for every 5 rows, and that does make a lot of sense. So, Jackie, I apologize for any patterns I ever make that are like all in one piece or the larger pieces, because yeah, you will find that your limbs will not line up the same as mine. Because that doesn't sound like a lot when like just like on a small item it wouldn't be a lot, but if you're doing something over 100 rows, then something that you're trying to position in row 100 is going to be wildly different to where my row 100 stitch goes. I wonder why yours drifts more than mine. It's probably to do with yarn, hook size, stitch tension, all that good stuff. I gotta pay attention to how many rows I'm doing. You can't just keep mindlessly working rows of stitches. Machamp has become busted? Mr. Bones seems to be feeling feisty today. Oh, shiny luck squandered. Just got a wonder traded a hacked shiny. That sucks. I hated that people were doing that. kind of ruined the whole Wonder Trade experience. Right, is now the time? Is that enough chest, or is it one more row? I think it's one more row. One more round. And then we pants. What yarn do I use? I use an Australian specific one that gets a lot of free advertising from me, but what are you going to do? It's Four Seasons Marvel, 100% acrylic. It's a copy of the label. I think you can only get it at Spotlights, which is an Australian Joann's, basically. I have heard through the grapevine that Red Heart Super Saver is a pretty good dupe for what I use, but keep in mind that I prefer a scratchy, rough acrylic. And it has made my hands entirely calloused, but I think that it locks the stitches together a little bit nicer, and it's better for the kind of shaping that I do. Oh, in the current form, he's a bust. Okay, that's actually hilarious. I'm sorry, I didn't get I didn't get it, but I get it now. You had to adjust the raccoon for yourself a teeny bit for the limbs, but nothing too major. Yeah, see, like, something that small, it'd be one stitch different. And I have been trying to do that a little bit more in my pattern videos, is mentioning landmarks for things, because the people who are going to notice that things are slightly not aligned the same way as mine are the people who tend to have the skill set to adjust it if they're warned with enough time as to where things are supposed to line up. So I just try to mention landmarks here and there. Retention is way tighter and you use cotton yarn. Yeah, I find cotton yarn too smooth. Don't get me wrong, it feels kind of lovely on the hands to work with, but it produces such a floppy product. Oh, hi Duchess. Welcome. We're making Machoke. Thank you to whoever suggested the name Machoke, by the way, because I'm now having a way easier time remembering it's Machoke, not Machamp, because before I was accidentally swapping the two names around a lot. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're up to 5 rows of that. That's many. And I think the time has come to start pulling it in. Now, I'm thinking that I just do chest panels like I did here for any definition, so I don't need to define it at the front. But we do need to, like, pull it on in at the back. Okay, Mr. Bones, straight to jail. I swear, I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you from Discord. Calm down. Because once you realize that bodybuilders just look like little skinny dudes socketed into like big meat suits, it's really hard to unsee it. Yeah, no, I was aware that Joann's were closing. I wasn't sure why, but like I just assumed it was just one of those things. So that's rough. It's rough. Like I'd be extremely tense if like the spotlights were all closing down. We don't have as much competition in the craft store space though, I don't think. So hopefully crafting stays a popular pastime. Well, plus I suppose they do all like homewares and stuff too, so towels and sheets and curtains and that kind of all that stuff. So that probably helps stabilize it a little bit. How much do I want to like suction this in? Probably quite a bit. Probably quite a bit. All on those sides there. I think we'll do. We're at 25 stitches now, so ideally I'd be able to do it by 7, but that's not an even number. I have to go by an even number. So what's going to leave me with the best result here? I don't want to be stuck at 19, 17, 15 is ideal, but that's 10 stitches. I don't know if I want to do that, because like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I remove like 5 stitches from here, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to do a size assessment here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that'll be that. And then from the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be that. It might be too much. It might be just the right amount. Might be too much to do over one row though. Sorry. I understand that I'm probably just talking a bunch of nonsense. And I'm kind of fine with it. Okay, so set number of single crochet before single crochet 3 together. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to draw a little diagram just because my brain refuses to brain. Normally I would do this one in my head, but here we go. We want to decrease 3 on either side, and then there's 1 single crochet before our starting point. We have 25 stitches in total, and that uses up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them so far. So it's 25 take 7 is 18. Yeah? How am I doing? I think it's 18. And then we want that to be 9, and so this would be 8. And 8? Wait, did I do that right? No, it would be 9 and 9. It's just the back has 1 extra stitch. Okay, we're good. And we're writing it all down. Michael's Loops and Threads. Okay, that's good recommendations. I always get so jealous of people's recommendations because the cost and time to ship them here are just not feasible. Not feasible. Mornings, Coletti Spaghetti. Okay, so that's the start of the row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so then I'm just doing like a little decrease this first row, and then we'll do the rest of the decreasing in the next row. Six, 7, 8, 9. Is that right? That doesn't seem like we're far enough around. We're absolutely not far enough around. We're going rogue. 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we had to do 12 to get all the way around. Something's wrong with this row. But I will address that in just a sec. Crochet 3 together. Yeah, but Bottega, I'm actually doing something very similar to that. So I'm not decreasing by 3, I'm doing a single crochet 3 together, which is kind of the same. It's decreasing by 2 instead of 3, just to like nip it in a little bit. But ignoring my sketch here and looking just at the sprite, it nips right on in. And so like I've got 1 more row to get down to the width I want his belt to be. So I'm going to be decreasing. Might be a single crochet 3 together. I might even do 3 decreases on either side and reduce it by 3 like you've said, just to finish pulling that in. But that's just got to resolve the fact that I don't think I counted correctly how many stitches I'm working with, but I'll resolve that in 1 second. So there we are, that's the final single crochet. So 1, that's my decrease, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, leading me to my second decrease, and then here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, that math ain't mathin'. Because 12 plus 9 is 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, because that means that there was 28 stitches in my row, not 25. Thankfully I was using a bobby pin to keep count for me, but yeah, at some point I lost track of how many stitches I had to work with. But that's okay now. Ten, 22, 23, 24. Because even numbers are way better. Bye, Duchess! Thank you for joining us on your break. We hope to see you later. You started your internship this week. Congratulations! Still, rabbits, fantastic. I mean, like, you want to start slow. You don't want to start by working on the snow leopard. Rabbit is a great little learning curve. I might even decrease across the front just to give it a slight, like, What's up, honey?
Micro, sorry.
Oh, how very dare you. No, it's fine, honey. I don't know if it's even visible. Why are you filling the door frame?
Reduce the amount of audio that gets passed.
Oh, I see, you're being a sound shield. Well, I appreciate you.
Because everyone's about to look towards the kitchen in about 3, 2.
Oh, someone's bad at counting. Don't worry, we're all bad at counting. Wow, it's still going. Decrease, 5 single crochet, 3 decrease. I believe in Vetland, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in Vetland, exotic just means anything that's not a literal cat or dog. Do you even crochet if you can count? Well, I can't read apparently. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. He's just like, he's one of us. Mr. Bones snack time, yeah. I'll let you know as soon as I work out what it is he's nibbling on. 1. Sorry, Mr. Bones would like you all to know that it's his breakfast time. Oh, happy time zone, Stacey's all booked. 1, 2.
Chicken pie.
No, I assumed it would be a pie. I was just waiting. I wanted to know if my sniffer could identify
There's
it.
a lot of Americans who are very confused at the moment. Because we have savory pies, and I don't think they have savory pies in America. I think it's just like sweet pie.
No.
Pie. Yeah, like...
You all have savory pies, right?
Like they don't have big pies over there.
Like where you take like chicken and gravy and veggies and stuff and put them in a pie? Like, and even if you don't have them over there, you've got television. You have to know that meat pies are a thing.
Have you ever seen a meat pie in a TV show?
In Australian ones. Okay. There's the top half of our dude. Wah. Hey, Benjamin. Get some stuff in. I am actually comfortable snapping those eyes on at this point. So let's do that and try not to bend down our... Yeah, beef pot pies. There we go. So pot pies are different because don't they use like a ceramic dish or something as the sides of your pie? And these are pastry the whole way round. So like you've got like a pastry cup, the filling, and then a pastry lid. I'm also seeing shepherd pie, which I'm sorry. That is just like minced, let's see, shepherd. Because there's a difference between a herder's pie and a shepherd's pie. Shepherd's pie is meant to be lamb with a potato top. Whereas herder's pie is beef with a potato top. Mincemeat pies are fruit. Well, mince pies are fruit. Mince meat pies are meat pies. Beef pies. That's what I mean. It's just like, I like... You guys have to be at least passingly familiar with this concept. Because like, I'm pretty sure every culture out there has some notion of you wrap the savory good stuff in some kind of dough. Like, you've got like from ravioli, you have what I think they're empanadas or like, you know what I mean? Like those sorts of things. You've got, oh, what are those pizza calzones? Like everybody has some concept of you put the savory stuff wrapped in dough. We've got the meat pie. Oh, cottage pie might be the other one I was thinking of. I always knew that one as herder's pie, but it might be cottage pie. Yeah, it's just like a red meat with a potato top on top is what we're talking about there. No, yeah, it is and it isn't. So a goldfish is exotic? Well, I mean, it is if you're trying to get vet treatment for it. Most vets wouldn't bother treating a goldfish. I'm assuming, well, vets would treat goldfish if goldfish were brought in. Most people wouldn't think to seek a vet for goldfish. We had a goldfish growing up with a swim bladder issue. Poor little guy. We tried everything we could for him. I actually don't remember if we sought medical attention, but we definitely sought some sort of expert opinion at some point because that's how we knew it was a swim bladder issue. But yeah. I'm not a huge fan of how like disposably people treat fish as pets, as though they're ornaments instead of animals. But yeah, I also just don't think that a goldfish is something most people would go to the vet for. Not saying that's correct. I'm just saying I think that's my vibe. You see fish at the exotic clinic on it. Oh, good. Good. That makes me feel better. Yeah, the stuffing erased a little bit of the shaping of the mouth. It's just a little blob now, but he's our little blob. So we're going to just bear with it. Now, the great news here is I don't have to do anything fancy here regarding post-stitching or anything to layer up the pants on top of the body, because he's got that belt that wraps... Ow, I poked myself in the face. He's got that belt that wraps the whole way around, so we can just change straight to our underpants colour. Ah! Machoke is now a flying type. There we go. I'm going to add that to my spreadsheet. Actually, hold on, I'll add it to my yarn inventory now. I keep track... Oh, it's not open, never mind. I keep track of, but like, when I open a new ball of yarn, I keep track that I've got one open and one less available, so that I know which ones to buy when I go to the shop, because I already have to buy like 40 or 50 every time I go. Which is only every like 3 to 6 months at the most frequent. Like, I haven't been yarn shopping yet this year. But when I go, I only buy the ones that I don't have. It's the perks of having picked a brand of yarn and sticking with it. It's that your colours match up pretty well, and when you run out of a colour, or several colours, you just go and replace the ones you don't have anymore. Okay. Can we take bets on whether CK accidentally starts going into the raccoon pattern? Ah, that won't happen. The raccoon pattern's completely out of my system. I had to make 4 of them in the space of 2 days. That film shoot, I actually had to like go lie down in the middle of it, even though it was only like, because I filmed for a full hour before I realized that the ice, like the markings on the face were off by 1 stitch, and I had to rewrite the pattern, and I was just like, I can't do this. And so I went and I lay down for like 2 hours, and then I came back and fixed the pattern, updated the pattern, and then filmed the whole thing start to finish over the next 2.5 hours. So like, some days are more brutal than others, and it's just always really, really hard when you have to like redo a bunch of work you've already done. I don't think that's new though. Oh goody, didn't write down any of that row. That's a fun surprise for me. Because, yeah, the raccoon nearly looks completely different. I had a completely different raccoon planned. Like, don't get me wrong, he's gotten a little warped now, because this wasn't where his face was. But this was the original kind of plan. The face was on this side, not on top. I was just trying something. And, yeah, he fit perfectly in the trash can. That was the joke. But I realized that just, like, I saw a comment from someone. I can't remember where I saw that comment now, but it really hit me. That, like, they were just so sick of raccoons that just looked like cats, and they were specifically looking forward to mine because they thought I would do a more like realistic one that captured more of the raccoon. And at that moment it kind of like, yeah, it just like something about that just like resonated all the way through my brain. Like the vibration of it went through me. And I was just like, okay, yeah, the one I'm doing, it's not right. I'm doing how everybody does raccoons. I need to go back and look at what raccoons actually are. And I did that, and we ended up with our superior little beastie. Designed him on Monday, filmed him on Tuesday, edited him Wednesday. You guys all got him on Thursday. Okay, here we go. We're going to have a hot pants party. He likes short shorts. Doo -doo 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 -doo. Oh, dang it, I forgot to change colours again. How many times do I have to work this stitch before I remember to change colours? Sorry, I can't remember if I finished my thought. I don't have to do anything fancy regarding the seam between these 2 colours because the belt will be covering all of it. So, it kind of takes some of the pressure off. Purple. So, how many stitches are in our round at the moment anyway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Glorious 18. Are you kidding me? Yes. And what I have written down here is 10, 18. Awesome. It's So we'll do 18 single crochet around. Something's resting on my keyboard again? Yeah, lots of things are. Why? Oh, I see. Sorry. You could see me typing. I'd only written ellipses, so just like ... which is strangely appropriate. If you're tired, your body is going to start misinterpreting that signal as as that you want to eat carbs. Just saying, if it's midnight, that's what the whole midnight snack thing is about. Can I tell you about the Great Emu War? Not as eloquently as Wikipedia can at this point. It's one of those things where like I know it when I know it, but the rest of the time I kind of like forget about it. But basically I believe that there was like a huge swarm of emus that were causing all kinds of problems in the area for the people trying to like live in the area. So I think that they mounted a giant weapon that fires projectiles onto the back of a giant ute, which is a giant, big utility vehicle with a tray in the back. You guys call them something different if you're in America, I think, but we call them utes. Not a single emu was injured that day, not for lack of trying. And so the humans had to quit the battlefield, and it also, in the official write-up, it declares that the emus were using guerrilla tactics to I don't know what it was, to like ambush or to avoid the situation. So it's like, yeah, Grim Squirrel, that's exactly what's going through my head. So yeah, it's one of those things where like technically we lost because we surrendered. Did I name them? No, I have not named the raccoons. I honestly didn't expect to end up with as many as I have, and I think a bunch of them are going to be rehomed with one of my nibblings who is just obsessed with raccoons. All raccoons are bandit to her. Just ate half a stuffed crust pizza. Oh, yes. See, nobody asked for cheese in the crust, but I don't think anyone's mad at it either. Emus moose of that area? No, they're just big bulletproof birds. There's something like they've got I can't remember the name of it, but they're like bifollicled or something feathers. So their feathers actually, you know, like a regular feather looks like this, right? You know, give or take. Give or take, that's a regular feather. Emu feathers look like this, where they have two stems growing out of the same follicle, and they have like tiny little like wispies all over them. They're very, very cool. And something about them makes them incredibly like water resistant and apparently bulletproof. Because the men involved reported that their weapons were just bouncing straight off. Sorry, I'm picking my language as carefully as I can. Bumpkin, Rumpkin, and Lumpkin from The Wild Robot is named for them. I haven't seen The Wild Robot. I've heard it's quite good though. Yes, I've seen the trench coat comment. I intend to make 3 raccoons in a trench coat at some point. They're not likely to be these raccoons, because I just wanted to do the animal justice before we headed into the meme. But the 3 raccoons in a trench coat is still on the table. Now, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy my feathers sketch. They're quite pretty, and they've got like, they're not like super solid feathers, which is why like I didn't draw them solid, right? Because they're not like that. You can see very like distinctive little like bristles the whole way up and down them. They're very pretty. I feel like they're dumber than geese. I gotta tell ya. Like, don't get that twisted, but like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that emus are dumber than geese. They're one of those birds that just sort of like don't really have a lot of natural predators. So they're like very comfortable. When am I making an emu? Good question. I tried. During that first 12 days of crochet, an emu was one of the patterns right up until the day I went to film it. I was just like, I hate this. It's so stupid looking. It looks bad. And it actually got swapped out for the echidna, who I designed and filmed all in one day to get him into the lineup. And I'm really pleased that I did, because I really like the echidna. Oh my goodness, I need to make an echidna with these types of feet. The shaping for the feet of an echidna. Oh, right? It'd be perfect. It'd be so good. Sorry, what's up?
I was just thinking, oh, and how do you want to defend yourself? Tall. I want to be tall.
And fast. As opposed to the kookaburra. How do you want to defend yourself? Vicious mockery. Okay, fine. During the Emu War, they were smart enough to assign lookouts and would run when the cars approached. Yeah, but like that's just you hear the growling of an approaching vehicle. They're running to this day. They still run. What is the Emu War? The Emu War isn't actually like an official part of Australian history. If you want to read all the details of it, I suggest you look up the Emu War on Wikipedia. It's got a pretty decent write-up on the whole thing. Basically, our army fought a flock of emus and lost. And we're Australians, so we think that that's hilarious instead of embarrassing. It's not fair. They used guerrilla tactics on us, okay? Yeah, their natural predator is their own intelligence. They're good parents, though. Well, at least the boys are. The ladies lay their eggs and nick off, and then the male emus, raise the chicks. It's a whole thing. They raise them all the way up till adulthood, and then they all go their separate ways. Or at least that's what I have observed. I grew up in an area where there were flocks of wild emus. That's not any kind of scientific study. I could be incorrect, but that's how they seem to behave around where I was. I watched someone make a needle felted emu. Cool. Oh, I hope you feel better when you wake up, Nibbles. Shouldn't call you Nibbles. Rattata's name is Nibbles. You are Nibbledrake. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, so now we just close off. Maybe we put some weights. That's too big. We're not putting that in there. The legs will balance him out. I just need something to keep him a little bit more stable than he might otherwise be. Oh, the belt is going to cover a lot of that. Do I have to go down another row? Those are very high pants. I think I have to go down another row. Beetle also works. Yeah, no, it's alright. I am aware that you're a beetle, but I try to identify people as the name they're going by in whatever place they happen to be, just because you never know who's actually comfortable with other people knowing that they go by something else. You know, like names and identifiers are one of those things, particularly on the internet. Like I know I have a preferred name here on the internet. My real name is out there, don't get me wrong, like my legal name is out there, but like I have a preferred name and like I like it when people use it. And so like if you are here as Nibbledrake, I'm going to refer to you as Nibbledrake or some version of that. Emu, the straw hut of snails? What?
It looked like a straw hut.
Okay. I don't get the snails bit.
Well, a snail has its house on its back.
Okay.
It's like an emu has its house on its back, it's just the house is a straw hut.
Okay, if you say so, love. You have new bragging rights for getting out of Crochet. Now, should I make a cat, an anglefish, the new dragon, or the raccoon? Yeah, and just imagine if I put out another pattern this week and just like... All credit to anybody trying to keep up with me, because, I'm sorry, being me is a full-time job. The idea of anyone trying to keep up is ridiculous. Like, pick the ones you like. Which one's going to make you the happiest to have in your house? Make that one. Yeah, the emu, the biggest problem with it is that it's got such strange proportions that even when you nail them, they just end up looking wrong and kind of gangly. And don't get me wrong, there are like emu plushies out there that have done a good job, and there's cartoon versions of emus that have like simplified them down, but they are so well known, at least here in Australia, that there's nothing, I couldn't make one like that without it looking like I was just ripping off that artist or that designer. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't really want to be any part of that. I don't want to go near that with a 10-foot pole. So like, I don't know what my version of an emu looks like, and until I resolve that, I will probably never make one. But I'm also not particularly inspired to resolve that. If that makes sense. It's kind of like throughout primary school, you kind of like get so oversaturated with kangaroos and emus that like by the time you reach any kind of creative place in your adult life, you're just like anything but kangaroos and emus. Right? I'm sick of colouring them in. I'm sick of having to make them in art class. I'm sick of having to write poetry about them. I'm just like, no more. I can choose what to make. And apparently right now it's a buff dude in hot pants, but don't judge me, okay? You guys picked it. I will say though, we have finished the Machoke. The body chunk, anyway. So now he just needs some legs, some arms, some fins, a belt. Mr. Bones is still trying to point out how much of a snail an emu is, and it's just not. You're doing a good job though, honey. Emu baby, adorable, but stripy. And, like, would have to be stripy in order to be an emu baby, because it's one of their most distinctive features. And that's a lot of colour changes for a bird that not many people have heard of or seen. And if I was going to put that many colour changes into something, I'd rather work on something I'm interested in. Yeah, it's like, I like emus. I've seen a lot of them, and they're not exciting or new or inspiring to me at this point in my journey. I've seen emu beanies. You have the legs dangling either side as ear flaps. I'm sorry, he is a buff dude in hot pants. That's what he is. It's not... There was no judgment implied in that, but, like, Pokemon knew what they were doing when they made this line, and I don't like it. There's our boy. He's got a really big head. So, that's good. I might just take a quick break. But then we'll be back and we'll make the rest of his limbs. So, enjoy your first break of the day. Here we go. That's the wrong one. Here's the right one. Don't quote me. I'm a skeleton on the internet.
About to warn you that your microphone is on.
Oh no, I turned it on when I got back here. It's just like, I thought we have to wait for Lechonk. That's the rules. I've got one, yeah, I'm staying sugared. Yeah, you gotta wait for Lechonk. It's the rules. We gotta look after our boy. He works so hard to bring up the back of the parade. Arm. Wondering if I can get away with doing a foot that looks kind of like that. Or I could just do like square and stitch on lines. So I get away with that. With hands, I'm getting away with mittening. So with the feet, I should get away with mittening. Because, like, I mittened the feet of Machop. So I should absolutely be allowed to mitten the hands and feet of this fella. So there's those. And then there's just, like, disc for belt. And some hair crests. Like, we're pretty close to being done with this guy. Yeah, we're going to be playing around with shiny colors and that sort of thing in the pics as we get closer to, because like as we like find the remaining ones. What am I talking about? Find a sentence that makes some sense. We only have 46 left, right? 45 after this one today. And that just like, it's going to become so easy to work out who's behind what door unless I get super chaotic about it. And so be prepared for all kinds of nonsense as I try to keep the guessing game a guessing game as long as possible. When we get down to like our final 4, there's not going to be a lot I can do about it. But until that moment... I'm just making his little belt buckle. Oh, wait, is this too yellow? Should I be using pale yellow for this? Come on. Where is it? There it is. Such a small bucket. It gets into a really big mess. Yeah, I think pale yellow actually is the go here. This isn't even my final 4. Pokemon in a blender was fun. Yeah, I honestly meant to hold on to that theme until like a lot later, but I don't know, it just felt like a lot of fun. And it's also a really good way for me to be like, which 4 do I feel like making, and then be able to just pick any 4 without being held to a theme. Mr. Bones, I'm closing Discord and it's your fault. Yeah, because it means that I can just like pick the ones that I want to make. Because like I have certain ones that I would have included today, but ended up not because I couldn't get them even theme adjacent. So like the blender one is a fun one. Things like the shiny one are fun ones because like I'm not held to what they all have in common, and it's still funny. When we get down to the list of Pokemon that are all going to be guessable, that is when the wheel comes back. That's true. Yeah, like, and I still have the wheel. The wheel could be behind one of the doors today. You never know. I'm going to introduce the wheel whenever I feel like I need to. And I also might be starting to do, like, bundled choices, like, as a hypothetical here. Stuff like, because I want to get through 2 Pokemon a week, Venusaur might be a choice, but if you pick Venusaur, you're also going to be picking Kabuto to do that week. And so, like, you're, like, making a duo choice. We're going to be double battling. Because, like, something like Kabuto, I can make in an hour. Venusaur is more like 4 or 5 if I'm optimistic. So, it's like, it gives me the opportunity to still get 2 Pokemon done that week. Whereas, like, if I do Kabuto and Ghastly and, like, Weepinbell all in one week, it's just such a waste of those easy ones that can fit in around the bigger ones. Idea for the final 4. You pick the Pokemon off stream and the doors are ideas. Oh, like make it shiny, Megapod it, Pidgeot it, etc. And we still vote. Oh, right, I understand. Like, yeah, yeah, like there's going to be ways to make it work. Like, you forget, when we started these streams, we didn't even have the Dodge the Diglett game, which is what this game is. It's evolved past Diglett. This was just something we started doing. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But it's fun, so we keep playing it. It's like the things that are worth keeping around, we keep around. And the things that are no longer serving us, we leave behind. But like, also, so Stephanie, I do actually really like that idea, but I have to say, I am thinking that idea through. And can you imagine if the Pokemon was Gyarados and I gave you guys the option to Megapod it? You cannot handle that kind of power. I'm telling you now, I love you all. You cannot handle that power. It's like, you guys are playing the stupid game, but I'm winning the stupid prize. Unclick. Unclick. Dang it. What do I do? There we go. I fixed it. We're good. Sorry. I did a thing, and then I wanted to desperately undo the thing. Belt boucle. Magic ring 6, and then 6 increases, and we finish off. There's our little belt buckle. His belt buckle is bigger than Machamp's belt buckle. That's all I'm going to say about that. I can handle that power. I'd handle it poorly, but I'd still handle it. Yeah. You know what, Knifey? That feels authentic coming from you. Yeah, we got to be careful as to, like, how much control you guys take. Because, like, yeah, you are a delightful element of chaos in this whole thing. And I appreciate you all. You cannot handle the power of, at that scale. And also, megapodding is something that happens unintentionally. Like, don't get me wrong, I can always set out to try and make something bigger, but they're just going to turn out the size they turn out sometimes. Let's just be how it do. You're an unstable little lump, you are, sir. But you at least have your belt buckle. Do you have your belt buckle? Okay, cool. We can clear off some of the desk now, which is nice. Let's do some cresties, just some little cresties. So they are basically this shape here. I'm going to work them over a long tail the way I've done the crests on the other two as well. And we'll go up to maybe trebles. I don't think he has particularly big ones. So yeah, just give a few things a try. Just sneak in some Gen 2 Pokemon as we reach the final 4 to keep it spicy. Yeah, valid. Depends on how much of a timeline I'm working towards. But, like, yeah, that's absolutely an option. Because, don't get me wrong, I think we'll take a breather. Not a break from actually streaming, but, like, we've been locked in really intensely on these streams being Pokemon streams, right? Like, we've been very specifically, we show up, we pick a Pokemon, we make the Pokemon, we sometimes pick a second or a third, and you know what I mean? That's the stream. I would like to try a few, like, take a little break from our regular content and try a few other little things. Like, I wouldn't mind trying just a little bit of gaming on stream. Whether that's a Pokemon game or, like, I do fairly regular gaming sessions with Mr. Bones and with my brother. And what you might not know about my brother is that he spent a big chunk of his life as a professional video game coach for League of Legends, which is, like, really cool. It's not what he currently does, but, like, he's like very of that world, and so, like, we wouldn't be playing League, we'd be playing some sort of deck builder probably, but we have a lot of fun playing that. We play that most evenings at the moment. So I just think that could be really fun to, like, invite you guys into that. Or there's always, like, like the Making Friends and Enemies series, which is, like, we play a game for a little bit, and then when we encounter something we want to make, you guys can vote as to whether or not we stop and make it. Like, that could be a fun thing as well. I just feel like it's a different kind of stream. Just as something to try before we launch into season 2 properly, because we've already made 25 of the 100 Gen 2 Pokemon we have, just through what's happening with Soul Silver, and we'll probably knock out a few more before we get back. Like, before we finish Gen 1, we'll definitely knock out at least 1 or 2 more of Gen 2, because I'm going to do another Pokemon block in June, and Gen 1 won't be done until August at the earliest, so... Yeah, or like cryptids, exactly. It's just like, there's lots of room for the stream to just be a little bit different for a couple of weeks. Probably while I'm editing that Gen 1 Pokemon video. Like, just let me do something else while I have to watch the streams back. So, yeah, it's just like, that's my current thought, is that like, we will finish Gen 1, we'll do some different type of, damn it, I didn't write that down at all, and I was talking the whole time. We'll finish Gen 1, we'll take a little break and do some different, like a couple of different streams in between, and then we'll launch into Gen 2, because like my goal is to do all of them. This is a Crochetdex, not a Cantodex. So like we gotta move into Gen 2, but we might take just a little breather in between. That's the plan. Slip stitch, single, half, double, double, treble, double, half, double. Honey, you can talk if you'd like.
I had no idea, and it was on the subject.
What's that?
And crikey, a lightning bolt done struck me mind.
A lightning bolt done struck me mind.
Oh yeah, big thought.
Well, enlighten me, friend.
Could you stop me for that big thought?
What is happening?
I lost it. No, I got it back. Yeah, I found it again. With the streaming, you know, I was thinking, how would we do the audio for that, which wouldn't just ruin everything?
Discord.
And then I realized we could do it in Discord, but
yeah,
we could just do it on the Complicated Knots Discord. And you could just stream your desktop.
Yeah.
And we could just like have a trial run there, see what it's like. Nice and easy.
Yeah, absolutely not a big deal. The big super secret project that we've been working on has been filmed in part using Discord. So like it's become, and I've been doing it through OBS. So we have ways. We have been experimenting. Holiday cryptids? Yeah, well see, like that's the thing. Once we're no longer like trying really hard to get Gen 1 specifically done, it gives us a chance for like on holidays to stop and do something a little bit more thematic. Because like right now I'm feeling very much like I want to deliver on the brand promise that is this channel, which is we are working on Gen 1 Pokemon. And that's good. That's what I want to be doing anyway. Like, it's fine. That's what I said I was going to do, and it's what we're doing. But like, it'd be really cool to feel like, okay, so we've done Pokemon for the last 8 weeks. It could be nice to take a little break and maybe we just do like a gaming stream today, or we just do a cryptid stream today, something a little bit different. Where can you get my patterns? Depends on which ones you're looking for. So most of my creatures are here on YouTube for free. You have to put up with the video format, which isn't for everyone. They're available for sale on Etsy, or they are available on Patreon. If you're looking specifically for the Pokemon patterns, they are not available for sale anywhere, but you can download the written notes, like the pattern notes for them, over on Patreon as well. They're all up there. They are only available on Patreon and will likely only ever be available on Patreon. So hopefully that answers that question. Yeah, could a Not My Idea project be done on stream? That depends. It's like, with these Pokemon, this is going to sound so bizarre, because I don't know if we're, like, I've not said this out loud before, and it's one of those things. It's like, sometimes I have to go looking for, like, the magic a little bit, and that's not necessarily something that's super easy to do on stream, while also keeping up a stream of consciousness. It'd be different if we did quiet time, but that's not what these streams are. These are very chatty streams. Because like my design process often involves just like sitting in silence for a long time, looking up a lot of reference images and that, and I don't know if I can talk my way through that while also doing the process justice. And it's a lot more frogging, it's a lot more focusing in on the same thing, same pieces over and over again, and it's like with this raccoon, I fully like scrapped it when it was nearly a finished project and then stopped and started again. Whereas like with these Pokemon, there's no design pressure. I'm not making design choices. I'm making a pre-existing design, so we already know exactly what it all looks like. And that actually makes a huge difference, because it's the design choices that take a lot of like decision making and like that design sensibility comes into play a little bit. It's not as easy to do in a stream environment. In fact, my stream history will show you that a little bit, because like the few times I've tried to design actually design something on stream, it's just not flowed the same way. Because like with these Pokemon, I'm not making any choices, so there's no real higher thought. I'm just making the shapes that they need, and I've got so much practice making shapes. There's no real struggle there. Yeah. It's kind of, yeah. Hopefully somewhere in there is an explanation. I find it harder to do. That's not to say I wouldn't do it, but it would be the kind of stream where I would have the camera on, but I probably wouldn't be engaging with you guys. It'd just be more like I would be there to let you guys experience the process if you wanted to, in all of its horrid glory. Because like sometimes I'll sit down and like sorry, I keep talking about the raccoon, but the raccoon is a perfect example of this, because like I sat down and I spent hours drawing different raccoons, and then I made the trash can first, and I spent hours making the body of that other raccoon, which I've chucked somewhere as well. And then I was like, okay, it's 90% of the way done and it's fine. And I was kind of feeling very mid about it. Like it wasn't perfect, it was fine. I felt like I would maybe fix it when I put legs on. It would have turned out fine. And I struggled with it for like 6 hours. And then like I left it a day, and then I saw that comment that I was telling you guys about, how it was like, oh, they were looking forward to seeing mine because I'd bring a certain like realism-ish to it, like enough to it. And it's like, I realized that I hadn't done that with that design. I swear, I sat down and in 2 hours, start to finish, the real raccoon just sort of happened. I drew, don't get me wrong, I drew another couple of pictures to like crystallize it, and I thought and percolated for a second, but then just like the whole process took maybe 2 hours start to finish. And sometimes it's like that. Sometimes I can just sit down and the perfect shape comes out because I know exactly what the shape is. But sometimes it's a long haul getting to what the right shape is. And sometimes I just have to call it and make the shape I know isn't perfect and what isn't what I want. But that's the design part, not the pattern making part. I can always make the shape I'm thinking of. The real struggle is working out what shape I want to think of. Or I can usually make the shape I'm thinking of. I don't want to say always. I haven't been humbled in that regard in a little while, but that means it's coming. Can we have the trash can pattern? The trash can pattern I've made available on Discord and on Patreon. The sketch with me we did for Bugsmas was a lot of fun. Yeah, see, like that sort of stuff I don't mind doing at all. That little bit, like, those little idea generation sessions. Happy to do more of those on stream if you guys want them. I know that if I'm not careful, someone's going to bring up a certain something I sketched. And I ain't doing it, so let's just... If I'm not careful, she says, while actively bringing up the thing she doesn't want to talk about. So, you need limbs. You do. You are decidedly limbless. How do I want to do these feet? Because, like, these legs I could do as, like... Not quite as stupid looking as this, but... I think like that, if we started our magic ring like here, and then just like increased a lot on one side and then decreased a lot on that side, we might end up with the right configuration. Now the feet do have to be square, so if that's our starting 6 approximately, we'd have to encourage a rectangle, which we can do. We can encourage rectangles if we want. Your favorite color is orange. Machamp is chibified. Machamp is very chibified. But, I mean, I'm so careful to not let our stream nonsense infect the Crochetdex. But, like, the fact that we have sewn a sock puppet over the hand of Machamp is something I'm never going to be able to escape. He's the only one that has the stream nonsense in his actual photo, because, like, I know we've given a lot of them props, but I take the props off for the Pokédex photos. But, yeah, it's just, yeah. It's just permanently in there as it's something I'm going to have to explain to people. Okay, we're so close. We need to just make one arm and one leg. He doesn't have any tail. He doesn't have any back spikes. He's honestly pretty well behaved for what he is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Ooh, which means that we should... Oh no, we'll finish the leg and then we'll start talking names again. But just everybody make sure that your favourite name suggestion is still on Mr. Bones' shortlist. Speak now or forever hold your pizza. 1, 2, 3. Does Jigglypuff have her microphone? Not in her photo, I don't think. Does she? Did I leave her microphone in her photo? Okay, because like, maybe that doesn't stand out to me as a problem because she canonically has like the marker/microphone in the anime. And so like that's less of a stream weirdness and more of a just making her a prop that works for her. Whereas like the sock puppet is definitely not something that exists in the Pokemon universe. That is definitely of our community. Sorry, CK, where in Discord is the trash can? That is an excellent question. I shared it as a PDF because, yeah, look, the reason that I didn't think anyone would want the trash can, and the trash can also was Mr. Bones. I just saw your flamingo, and you just need to go to jail. It's just, the Discord is a hostile place for me right now. I think it's in YouTube chat. I should have pinned it. Hold on. Wait. That's too far back if that's there. That's the rain frog. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. I'm going to pin it. I think. Where is it? Pin. Alright, cool. I have pinned it into YouTube chat. Like, I didn't release the trash can with it on as part of the YouTube video. Not because I'm, like, withholding or anything. It's just, like, the trash can was designed for a different raccoon. This raccoon does not fit inside that trash can. I cannot emphasize that enough. It's a pretty basic pattern that you could probably modify pretty easily to fit him if you wanted to. But, he doesn't fit inside the trash can. And to me, I just found that really funny. I think it's funny he doesn't fit in the trash can. Two, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, but I'm sorry I didn't pin it earlier. I should have pinned it when I posted it. Oh, good. Didn't write down anything. Fantastic. Ink 3, 3, 4, 5. Increase. And then 1, 2. Increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Bones' props. That's a fun idea. Because, like, we're going to do a Mr. Bones' picks at one point. But, Mr. Bones' props is very fun. It's a lot of work for Mr. Bones before stream starts as well, though. And he feeds off you guys' energy. So, like, we don't want to put too much pressure on there. Oh, good. Didn't write down anything. Is your motto designing things yourself? Always forgetting freehand till I want to do it again? Yeah. It's like I'm sitting here with one job to do. You'd think I'd be able to write it down. That's a big square foot. Okay, we're doing it. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, good, we're at 18 around at least. We'll do one row of 18, and then we are going to get so freaking aggressive with our decreases. You don't understand. It's going to be amazing. 3 single crochet, decrease, single crochet 3 together, decrease, single crochet 3 together, and another decrease, and then 3 single crochet back to the start. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only 7 decreases, but it feels like more than that. Come on. There we go. Well, it's not really Mr. Beefy Legs, it's Mr. Beefy Feet. Beefeet. $13, $14, $15, $16, $17, $18. But yeah, I definitely get the suggestion there, in that like y'all are asking for more Mr. Bones, and I appreciate that, and I think that's fine. I know I can't get enough Mr. Bones, so I can appreciate why y'all might feel the same. Smallest Petal, I appreciate that you're really excited to share the work that you're working on. I don't know if this is really the place for posting walls of text. But I'm glad that you're excited about it, and it's very cool that you were writing something. There you go. So that's our 7th decrease for this large flippery foot. And we'll do a big decrease across the top. And let's see, 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2. Is that too crooked or is that right? Could do 3 decreases, or we could do 2 single crochet 3 togethers, and I think we'll do 2 single crochet 3 togethers. So 3 single crochet, 2 single crochet 3 together. Then it should just be 2 left at the end. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, and then 2 at the end. All good. That's okay, Smallest Petal. I understand that like you're enthusiastic to share your work, and I think that's a wonderful thing. 2, 3. Makes it a little hard for me to find the messages to talk to. So a decrease and a decrease. And 2 single crochet back to the start, and then we're going to stop and we're going to assess the feet together. All right, you ready for the feet of greatness? This is his flipper. That is his ankle. That is the wrong one. That is, you know what, that is a relatively proportionate foot for what it is. He is also going to be in a seated position because I am feeling lazy. So it just is what it is. 1, 2, 3. We'll do 3 single crochet. We might just, do we do a 7 first? That's a thin little ankle. We'll go 4 single crochet, increase, and 2 single crochet to get us up to 8, and then we might just like increase every row to make conical legs. Who doesn't like a conical leg? 1, 2, 3. 4. Increase. And then 2 back to the start. Okay, good. Good, good, good. All right, so we're going to keep putting increases there, 4 single crochet, increase 3 single crochet. Keep Machoke. Oh, we have to keep Machoke. We're dropping bra. We're keeping Machoke. Like, sorry, I'm overruling all of you. Machoke is a superior name. I'm glad I looked up what I did. That was almost a disaster. Don't add frat bro. No, we're not doing that. I actually missed what the overall list is at the moment, honey. Would you mind sharing it again just so I can see it? With bruh removed and Machoke still there. Okay, so we've got P. Menace, Machoke, Archibald Chonkington, and Chad Armstrong. Okay. Chad Armstrong. I kind of like P. Menace. Feel like it could work for some others. Chad, this is their last rodeo, so we have to keep Chad Armstrong there because, like, once Chad has been assigned to this evolutionary line, like it has with Cheddar Cheese, I'm going to push back anytime it comes up anywhere else. So, Chad Armstrong stays, Machoke stays, Archibald Chokington stays. I'm not doing Von Champenstein. You can't make me. And P. Menace. P. Menace, I think, could work for many others. So if it doesn't get picked today, it absolutely could come up again for any of the other purple ones. That said, I'm seeing a lot of you feeling kind of strongly about bruh. Making me moderate my own chat. I'm gonna mod the mods. Alright, so it seems that there is some pushback here about keeping bra as a name option. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a poll for you guys and you can vote for which name is going to be removed from the list. I'm going to make it real easy for you to know what we're talking about. So which name is getting removed? Okay. And your options are either Bra or P. Menace, which stands for Purple Menace. Okay, so this is, if you vote for Bra, Bra will not appear in the final name vote. If you vote for P. Menace, P. Menace will not appear in the final name vote, okay? Vote carefully. Look, I even took the time to type the question in for once so that there would be less confusion. It is aggressively so.
Switched backwards and forwards so many times.
No, but like P. Menace has now gathered a little bit of a lead to be removed. That's fine. Like he probably, like realistically, he will not be named either of these two things in the overall vote. That's just how that tends to go. So nobody stress. It's all gonna be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But we do like these votes to be as like representative of what you guys want as possible, unless I'm overruling you, which does happen sometimes. But you know what? I get to do that sometimes. It's just the rules. 4 single crochet, ink, and a 4 single crochet. Now we're just doing rounds of 10. P. Menace for Haunter is good. That's fun. Particularly as I don't know if... Oh, right. Gengar has a stupid name. I think we already renamed him on one of the other streams, though. I'll have to recheck my spreadsheet. Yes, P. Menace, I am taking great care to pronounce carefully. I think that was part of the joke. I think that's why they abbreviated it from Purple Menaces. Well, Rainstorm, I'm pretty sure P. Menace will come up again. And it's allowed to. It's one of, sometimes I like rule out a name and say we're not naming a Pokemon that. And sometimes I'm like, no, I feel like that's more appropriate somewhere else. And sometimes I just tell you can absolutely suggest that name again if the whim strikes you, and we'll see if it makes it across the line then. And I think that just might be the case today. Because we have a... Don't get me wrong, it was a very close vote, but I'm closing it off now. And, yeah, so with 70 votes, 45% of you said get rid of Bruh, and 54% of you said get rid of P. Menace. And so Purple Menace is officially off the name list, and Bruh remains. Mr. Bones, stop that. Of course, of course, of course. How long should this dude's legs be? I feel like we're approaching the limit. Yeah, like if I closed them off there, I feel that's about right. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, and we'll do 5 just for the... 5 is a good number. No, Rainstorm, we know you weren't being inappropriate. You're okay. It's fine. It's fine. See, what's really funny here is that now Bra probably stands a chance of winning, but only because it's got the underdog story. I also think, yeah, I also had the thought of combining Bra and Machoke, but I also just kind of like them as separate names. Not everything has to be doubled up. Mr. Bones is, he's a chaotic little skeleton with the zoomies at the moment. Oh golly, Gengar's name was like Spiky Boo or something rubbish. It was the worst name ever for one of my favorite Pokemon ever. And it wasn't, and I can say that because I'm the one who named him. I was like in a hurry and I should have taken the time. Yeah, its name is Spiky Boo. It's awful. It's awful. I just hate it. It's such a bad name.
Unless you're the one who came up with Spiky Boo, in which case it's a good name.
I'm the one who came up with Spiky Boo.
Oh, yes, it's a wonderful name.
That one there is from the very first Pokemon video I did on this channel, like of the playthroughs, where I I had a randomized game file and I caught 6 Pokemon, and my starter Pokemon I was offered was Gengar, and so I picked Gengar. I had to.
I would say our naming game has gotten so much better over the months.
Well, with that one there was so much pressure as well. Like, because it was just like the very start of the playthrough. I hadn't settled in yet.
Quick, you've got no inspiration whatsoever. Nothing's worked with this. You've got no personality to go off. Make a name really quick.
And also I'm feeling real awkward talking to myself still, because like I only had like 15,000 subs. Like, I was just like, I hadn't done any kind of like screen recording gameplay before. And so I was just like, oh, I just have to keep going with this. I don't have time to stop and ponder a name. Oh, I guess he's like...
I remember the...
yeah.
Way back, I offered to sit across the table from you so you could talk to me instead.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how awkward that would have been?
Yeah.
Yeah, glad we didn't do that.
Really glad.
Yeah.
Imagine having to talk to you all day.
Imagine the chaos I would have wrought.
You are already a beloved main character in both my life and this stream, so I think they enjoy your chaos.
People are sending pictures of the flamingo to others, and they keep hearing him laugh in different sections of the house.
Sorry?
people are sending pictures of the flamingo to their friends and they're like, that's from your chaos crochet stream, isn't it?
We're not even at the weird part of the stream.
I am the weird part of the stream. Anyway, I'm going to grab some more coffee.
Okay, cool. I'm going to get you to take the chaos down like half a notch.
Okay.
They'll probably get mad at me for suggesting that. Okay, if you're more likely to vote for Bruh if it's combined with Machoke, then that just means you like the name Machoke. Yeah, see, Harold. Great name for a Gengar. And like, I mean it when I say Gengar is legitimately one of my favourite Pokemon of all time. I don't know why I don't have a name locked and loaded for him. Potentially we'll rename him at some point. For now, he just sort of is what he is. I don't want to go too far down that particular path. Okay, we have leg. We have leg with foot. I think I over-rotated the leg, so he's very pigeon-toed there. But, leg, foot. He now has a leg to stand on. And a raccoon to keep him company. Yes, so we need an arm, but while we do that, we'll get the vote going. Mr. Bones is just making a coffee, another one, which is making me a little bit nervous, but he's okay. So the name list is, this is the official name list. In first position, we have Bruh. We have Machoke. We have Archibald. Chokington. And we have Chad Armstrong. Let's check I've spelled them all correctly. Good. Okay. This is the name. Him. My keyboard doesn't work very well. Bottega Channel, I'm going to have to ask you politely to stop. Do not give Mr. Bones a beer tankard full of espresso. Nobody needs this. The Von Champstein is not happening. Alright? I will ban you. Don't push me on this. Right, we need an arm. Sorry, let me be clear. Y'all can keep joking about Von Champstein. That message was specifically for Mr. Bones. Alright, so, we're doing a little flipper. I'm going to start at the tips of the fingers. And then, yeah, we'll just grow out a little hand and I'll chuck a thumb in. It's basically going to be the same as the hands on Jim Bob. You didn't even realize this was a different channel to my normal one until now. Yeah, we only made the shift across January. Yeah, so we started lives here in Feb. Make sure you've subscribed or you'll keep missing them. But yeah, we made that decision last year, and I spent all of January transferring all of the old lives across and getting them all set up with their thumbnails and whatever. And yeah, we've been live here since February. Ooh. Something just got added to our watch list. We have a list of movies on the door to this room, so that when movie night rolls around, we don't have to be like, oh, what do we want to watch again? We just go to the list. We have a list. Mr. Bones just added something to the list. Cannot read it from here though, even with glasses. CK, you might want to take away Mr. Bones' coffee. No, I would never deprive him of his treats. Like, I'll admit that I got a little bit cranky, but I would never deprive the man of his coffee.
I removed the Artify scale because I've watched it.
Oh. Alright, Machoke has a commanding lead. Hydrate or dihydrate? That's valid. That's valid. Okay. I'm going to write down what I have done. 90% of drafting a pattern is writing it down. And Bra can be his nickname. Bra can be how he's referred. How he can be referred to as. That's a big mitt. Sorry, I'm laughing because like I just read Bruce Machoke and all I can think is I bruised my toe. You made your husband log in just to vote for Bra. Excellent. Get him to subscribe while he's here. Hi, Emily's husband. There we go. So that's 10 single crochet, and I think I did 2 rows of that. These are big hands, man. Excuse me. I need this. Alright, I'll do the thumb now. One, 2, 3, 4, and a double treble for the thumb. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thanks, I hate it. I kind of want to just use the arms from the little one. I reckon they'd be the size appropriate. I'm looking up the pattern for the little one. Do I have it there? Would it be there? It wouldn't be there, surely. But it would be in here. Oh, don't look. There might be spoilers. Got a lot of stuff going on. Well, Rapidash. It's anglerfish. That's something that you can't know about. Something you can't know about. Muck. Lapras. They were spoilers, but they're not spoilers anymore. He's in the other book. Well, wellity. Oh, bye, smallest petal. Thanks for hanging out. You think they're accurately huge hands? You think you'd be great at slapping? Oh no, I think they're annoying me. Because, like, given the real estate I have to work with, I definitely like the look of these ones. So we're just going to recreate these ones. So that's a magic ring of 6. Then it looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, There might be 6 around for a couple of rows. We can do that. We're just going to recreate them from looking at them. That's a fun little activity. It's the thing about really simple patterns. The photo of the finished object is basically the pattern for anyone who has the black magic skills. This is why you have to use them responsibly. In this case, it's my own pattern. I feel fine ripping myself off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Honey, there's another notebook on the table. Would you mind bringing it in to me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, thank you. I found him. Yeah, I had accurately assessed the pattern for at least the first 4 rows. That's all I'd assessed so far. Maybe the 3 head pins are radiators to keep his brain from overheating. Maybe. We've established he can read and write. I think frogs are permanently moist. No, I think damp is a better description. Moist implies that the moisture is like absorbed, whereas like damp implies that it's sitting on the surface. Frogs are wet creatures. Oh, happy time zone, Emily. Alive. Frogs are permanently damp. Well, I mean, accurate. 9, 10, 11, and 12. We're going up to 24. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, Doppelganger! We did rename it, you're right. Why did I not put that in the spreadsheet? That's such a better name. I thought we renamed it something cool. We absolutely called it Doppelganger. Such a good name. There we are. I've updated the spreadsheet now. We shan't forget again. I think if it's dry, it doesn't count as a frog. I think it's just one of those rules. We don't make them. We follow them. Okay, good. Now we curve the arm. 1, 2, 3. One and 2. Sorry about this, folks. I will be right back with you. It's kind of like how I was talking about how I find it really hard to like make creative decisions online. I find it really hard to follow a pattern and talk at the same time. It's like my internal monologue is using up all of the voice slots. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Nearly done. 2 more rows, or 3 more rows, but they're not very big. Decrease, and then a 7. No, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. What did I just look at? 5. Eek, tiny frog buckets of moisty goodness. Grim squirrel, jail. 7, 8, 9. Would they be dry or damp? They would be panic skeleton noises prepared. Oh, you guys make this so much fun. Moisturize me. Well, I see we've given up entirely on counting. I'm sure that won't backfire on us at all. Just sitting here going around and around and around. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It'll be fine, right? I think that's kind of where we're supposed to finish up. Yeah, that was the increase. That was the stitch before the increase. The increase happened 3 stitches before the increase. Then if I follow that landmark up, I've overshot by 1 stitch. Landmarks! Learn how to use them, they save lives. Oh, golly. Sorry, I keep glancing at chat and getting the most bizarre sentences out of context. Like, I just looked up and said, so essentially that's where the baby oil went. I'm just like, nope, I'm checking out of that comment. I'm sure it's perfectly wholesome, but I ain't getting any further into it. Okay. There we go. There we are. That is very size appropriate. Good. Good, good, good. Move that hook out the way. And for arms, same as Machamp. Makes sense as well. Don't know why I'm closing this end off, but it's what we're doing. And then I will close the pole. And I'll make his other arm and his other leg off stream. No big deal. And of course we do the sewing off stream, and then he'll hopefully be ready to go and be revealed next week. That is how we do the thing. There we go. So that will go there. Come in, Torty. The hardest working tortoise, everybody. Good. I think this is good. I will probably make him the chest panels as well, but I don't feel the need to do that here, unless you guys wanted to see it. Those are just 2 basic squares. So let's close off that poll. Where did that button go? There you are. It looks like you guys are pretty dang set on Machoke as a name, and I agree with that. I think it's a very funny name. So, yeah. 51% of you voted to call him Machoke, followed by Bruh at 20%, Chad Armstrong at 18%, and Archibald Chokington at 10%. And I always like it when there's at least 50% of you voting for one name, because at 51% for Machoke, everybody who voted for any of the others, even if you'd all teamed up and voted for Bruh, Machoke still would have won. And like that tells me that that is the name that should be going to this fellow. So, there, that is where we will leave it. There is this little notebook provided by Mr. Bones. I'll just Carefully pin that in place so it doesn't move, so that he can hold up flashcards and say hello. We'll pop him to one side. I'm going to clear the desk a little bit and we'll get the next vote started, because we'll start another Pokemon. I'm not going to say we'll finish it, but we can get one started. More and more, we're probably going to reach a point where we start a Pokemon one stream and finish it the next stream, just because I'm finding myself disastrously short on time these days, and I don't really think you guys mind super much, given that normally I just prattle on for the first half hour of a stream anyway. We could be doing that while making limbs. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't. Some of you may not have gotten to see the notebook. Mr. Bones surmised that, given that he has a letter on his belt, that Machoke probably knows how to spell. He can't speak because he can only say Machoke, or whatever the sound that they're making Pokemon is. So he made him a little notebook so he can communicate. It's cute. So let's bring the doors back up. As mentioned, today's Pokemon are all accessorized. I will update my counter in the bottom corner. That's just not what we were aiming for. So we have 45 to go. And the next one is behind one of these doors. Now, the colors are from the accessory of the Pokemon. Like, still taken from the sprite, but not necessarily the main body color of the Pokemon, okay? So, choose wisely. I will set this up and then I'm going to go on break again. We're taking lots of breaks today. We're hydrating, we're going on break. It's good. We're making good choices. So, 1, 2, or 4. And I'll put the little mini chart up on the screen so you can see as well, so don't panic, all right? Okay. I will see you in like 10 minutes. So, break. Microphone is still on, love. Hi. So, when I left, you were all safely voting for number 1. And I return to find that there's been some sort of revolt, and number 4 it was in the lead, and now is still in the lead. So what are you doing, guys? Come on. Yes, we do reveal all the answers at the end of stream, so you don't have to worry about that. We believe in closure here. I reveal what's behind all the doors. But I'm only now realizing, watching you guys try and like work out what's going on and who's behind what door, that telling you that one of them doesn't match the theme was the most perfect thing I could do to throw you guys off the scent. I'm going to do that a lot more often. Like, don't get me wrong, legitimately this time there's one that I don't think fits the theme properly. But I'm just going to start doing that because it makes it really hard for you to guess which color doesn't match the theme. Yeah. 4 has purple background, but they all have purple background. Every single one I've done ever has the purple background. Yeah, they always get revealed because we believe in closure. Exactly, Coletti Spaghetti. Nobody likes not having answers to give to put in questions. So yeah, if you're watching this in the replay, you can skip to the end and see what the answers all are if you want to, but I don't reveal until after I'm ready to pack it in and go home. Because sometimes I surprise myself with the stream stamina and we end up picking again. Alright, so let's close that poll off. You guys have made your choice, even though I think you've chosen pain and misery. You're going to be so mad. You're going to be so mad at me when you see the ones you didn't pick. So number 4 was the winner with 42% of the vote, followed by number 1 at 33% and number 2 at 24%. And when I tell you that the people who didn't pick number 2 are going to wish they had. Anyway, let's reveal behind door number 4 because that is who you've picked for us. And I saw the suggestion there. People are correct. It is Hitmonchan and her boxing gloves. I'm leaving that on the screen currently so you can see that I picked the mid-tone. I was very careful to pick the mid-tones. I wasn't trying to manipulate that. It wasn't part of the game. Particularly as I was extremely surprised to find that Machoke's shorts were purple, but I took the mid-tone. And the boxing gloves here, purple. Sorry, red. They're red gloves. But we finally did it. We finally picked that. Yeah. Is Darcy here? Hi, Darcy. Oh, and hello, Mitch. Oh, and happy birthday to everybody with their birthday in 3 days either direction of today. Everybody else will have to wait. Boring Colour Brigade tried? Well, good for you. You missed, but you tried, and I appreciate the persistent effort, and soon your day will come. Okay. This is me trying to scrape together the enthusiasm to do another Peoplemon in the same episode. I thought if I just paid my dues and we made them a choke, I'd be free. No. Let's agree to make this one as little as possible, yeah? Okay, let's see. Oh, I gotta change so many things. I haven't changed my sprite over. I did update the counter at the bottom. After this one that we're currently making, we will have 44 to go, but we currently have 45 to go because we haven't started it, so we can't really claim it just yet, can we? There's that. I don't know. I actually don't know what this head looks like from any other angle. That's such a weird angle. So I'm going to tentatively step into the live stream channel and hope for some reference pictures. Yeah. No, you're good. Just take your time, love. You've got this under control. The best thing I can say about this is we've got boxing gloves, so I don't have to worry about fingers. Not that I've really been worrying about fingers, but... I don't know what kind of pose to do for this either. Because, like, standing up is not going to work with two little noodly legs like that, but we've just done a seated one. Oh, good, we're T-posing in Discord. Fantastic. Thank you, honey, that's actually great. Oh, it's such an I Am Groot type of head. So it looks like it's always those 5 cutouts. He is dancing. Just having a hard time centering that eyeball. sad. The back of head is kind of a round shape with no neck, which makes sense for a boxing Pokemon, actually, to not have a neck. Neck is a point of weakness. Okay, then we've just got like purple blob for top of body. Little black waist. Kind of like a little swooshy frill for a skirt. I hate it. I don't even like the drawing I'm doing right now. What pose can I possibly put this in that is going to resurrect it for me? Let's try again. We could maybe get those with like an overlay. Or if I start in the middle of the face and work backwards, so it will give the impression of a nose. That, yeah, she's definitely wearing clogs. We could do Mr. Mime feet for her. It kind of works. Doing my best to make this work. We got giant shoulder pads, which I'll do as a separate piece. Alright, I'm going to ink this and see if it comes together. Boxing glove, noodle arm and a noodle arm, shoulder pad, this stupid face. It's just flipping me off. The face is flipping me off. Yeah, she's sitting. Yeah, it's kind of like a little tennis skirt. It might be a skirt, honestly. It kind of just depends on what you're looking at. I'm just going to accomplish it with like a cone. I'm not going to give it a lot of flip or frill. I feel like I can get away with making her super teeny tiny. Sorry about the crooked book. I know that like I like to have things lined up, but I just needed to reach. I don't know how I'm making some of these pieces today. Like, some of them are really obvious. Like, arm-wise, I can do noodle with red bommy knocker and thumb somewhere. Oh, good. We're dropping stuff now. So, like, arm. Shoulder pad is just a giant triangle piece that we'll do as a single layer and fold over the top and sew. So, arm, shoulder pad, easy. This is the head piece that's getting me because it's got that frill at the top. And what I was saying before is that I could start with a magic ring of 6 in the middle of the face, but it's going to give a very nose type appearance to it, and like I am a little too pedantic at times about my stitch direction. But if I make this as just like a head ball, and have that head into lol. Oh, gross! Did I just say that out loud? Just like a purple shoulder nugget, which from the side has no real neck. And then into like a little narrowing of a waist. Though we could stitch that on, admittedly. And I could just do like a nub at the bottom. and come back in and add a frilly skirt to like the top stitches. So leave some top stitches free and then build the skirt out on it. So that way we have some sort of structural form, and we'll attach the skirt afterwards. Basic circle skirt type pattern. Right, cool, happy with that. The legs, we can get away with noodle legs, because we'll just curve them around. And they've got basically Mr. Mime toes. Which makes sense, they're in that part of the Pokédex as well. So we'll do that. And then we need just like a face piece over the top, and I can attach my eyes through that and just make this whole thing really easy on myself. And I can do this sort of thing because I'm pretty confident with my ability to sew pieces together. Otherwise I would have to find a different way to approach this. But we can do this as like a giant eyebrow piece. So the eyes peek out the bottom a little bit, but we otherwise sew it down flat. Because she's looking kind of cranky. This is meant to be a triangle piece. It'll get it to stick up where we want it to stick up. The eyes will have to go into the head. I was wrong. But, alright, cool. As I've talked through this, I've broken it down a little bit. I'm feeling pretty good. Reminds me of Spearow head. Do I have Spearow here? Not currently. My pen. Punchy Patty. Oh, I like the pugilist. That's fun, because that just means the boxer. Mr. Bones, those are questions we're not asking, and I understand that you're not a skin specialist, but we're just going with it today. It's the same colour as flesh. It is going to be flesh. Hitmon. This is Chan, right? I get my name just never really like sunk in as to which one was which. I know that like one is based on Bruce Lee, who I believe is famous for kicking. Yeah. But then I question whether or not he's the one that's famous for kicking. Yeah, I'm just going to do them as shoulder pads. Sorry, there's a lot of conjecture, a lot of discussion happening on Discord at the moment as to whether or not those shoulder pads are flesh or not. For our intents and purposes today, they are. Oh, Dolly Punchton. Mitch. I don't know about that. I mean, don't get me wrong, we absolutely can if you would like to. But it has to get the votes. Gonna put a vote towards Dolly Punchton. Okay, got seconded. Alright, cool. So we're going to start... Oh, we need to pick colours. We do. I need a beigey flesh tone for her, so that's one option. Because unfortunately, not only are we dealing with like flesh, it's flesh coloured. This means we're in for a day today. Why do I have two of the same colour? Like open at the moment. I always have two of the same colour somewhere, but just not clogging up my work bin. In terms of the purple for the little outfit, we have to go with that. It's the only purple I have available to me. I know it's meant to be a more pastel tone, but we can only do what we can do. I want this colour for her skin, maybe? No, that's not green enough. This is closer to that colour, for the record, but it's also just not quite right. What do I have on the shelf back there? Beige is... No, this is the most accurate colour that we have for what we're doing there. Why do I have Cubone? No reason. Red for punching gloves. I actually like Outback for that. It's this tone. It's actually more orange, but I think it looks right for punching gloves. That's too orange. That's too red. It's somewhere in between those two colours. It's a good colour. It's called Outback. It's right for this. I think that's it. I think that... Oh, we need a little bit of black. Swish, swish, swish. But I don't know where my black is. Oh, it's here. Found it. It's because of all the raccoons. Oh, hi, Faye. It has been a while. Okay. We have our colours. They also look kind of like that. It'll work or it won't. So we'll start by making this circle of a head. Do magic ring 6 increases. What's the head we just made? That's too big. We do not want to go as large as the one we just made. But we will go up to 15. 15 around as the widest point of the head. The raccoons have stolen my yarn? Yeah, they have. They've stolen my heart and my yarn. Luckily, both were stored in the same location. Yeah, sorry. To me, Hitmonchan has always been like female coded, if that makes sense. Like I understand like there's a technicality probably in the mix there. It's just like, yeah, she's a badass. She's got her boxing gloves. She'll knock you out. But for some reason, there's always been something very femme to me about her. Whereas Hitmonlee, who literally reminds me of a chicken drumstick, feels very male coded. And I can't really put my finger on why for that one there. I'm currently fueled by Girl Scout cookies and need to make so many earrings. You know what? It sounds like you're having a really good day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. And up a notch. You know what? This is a good thing. We're going to tick off 2 that, like, I'm not super excited about today. And that's all right. That's good. That's actually a really good thing. Because for every one we do that we didn't really want to do, it leaves so many really exciting ones left. And Hitmonchan in particular, and yes, I'm going to hesitate every time as I go to say Lee, Hitmonchan in particular has appeared in so many votes. It's just really good to finally get to them. I was kind of looking forward to door number 1. Or door number 2. But door number 4 is good. Door number 4 is good too. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hitmonchan is based off the champion boxers and takes elements of its design from past and modern practitioners of the sport. The skirt from Roman pugilists and the gloves from modern boxers. Cool. Hey, don't bash the nuggies. Who's bashing the nuggies? Girl Scout cookies aren't a thing here, so while I understand that Thin Mints are meant to be like super addictive, I have no frame of reference for them. I'm assuming they're similar to our mint slice cookies, which we wouldn't call that. We'd call a mint slice biscuit. But those are too expensive to enjoy anymore. Good positivity, CK. Yeah, Rainstorm, I am trying to practice positivity, even when I'm in a really bad mood. Because this is me in a bad mood. Hopefully it's not super obvious. I'm doing my best. 15 single crochet around now. So this is as big as I'm going to let this head get. We got rules about this stuff. And a bobby pin too, so well behaved. And pug lists. Y'all are making me want cookies though. I have frozen Mars bars in the freezer though. I'll be attacking those once stream is done. Keep dropping stuff. I need to clean this room up. There's just piles of stuff everywhere. Like I've got the pile of Pokemon behind me because I was looking for Raticate before the stream started. And I've got like a second carpet over the top of my first carpet that's just yarn offcuts at the moment. And I never finished resolving what that metal set of shelves was doing, which you guys can't see at this angle because I can't show you because it's covered in spoilers right now. It is covered in spoilers right now. But yeah, this whole room could just use another once over. We got it 80% of the way there when I installed the lovely desks, which I'm a big fan of. I'm very pleased with. But never really got it the rest of the way. You like the doodle? I am pleased. Yeah, we ended up with a couple of interesting little characters today. This one feels very Adventure Time. Okay, why will you not let me finish this stitch? Okay, come on. You ate a whole bag of dark chocolate? Well, we had a bag of dark chocolate in the freezer, but our freezer leaked into the fridge today. Oh, so we had it in the fridge. And then the freezer leaked into the fridge this morning before I woke up. Mr. Bones just dealt with it. Bless his cotton socks. Because I would have definitely completely unraveled at all the seams. But it ruined the chocolate. It ruined the chocolate. Adventure Time Pokemon. Actually, you know what? That kind of makes me want to draw all of the Pokemon in an Adventure Time style. I should go back and finish watching that show. I kind of like bounced off it around the time they were going to visit the islands. But like I really enjoyed how dark they let some of their storylines get. Like the whole Lich thing and Urgalurg and all that. Like I just... some good juicy stuff there. And the whole Simon storyline makes me bawl like an infant. But I was just singing that song the other day, like just humming it around the house to myself, that like the magic keeps me alive. You're eating salad? Good for you, Beth. I also have apples out there and cucumbers that I'm going to be eating, so like there are good things. That's 3 rows of 15 so far, and I'm fatiguing on it, so we'll probably stop that soon. Oh no, okay, I'd say we're about even with where I would put like the nose of the face. We're like here on the face, so we still have like a little bit more to go. Instead of using my own face for this, how about we use the sketch? I'm like here. So we'd probably do maybe 2 more rows of single crochet, and then we're going to like pull it all the way in down to 6 stitches, but the 6 stitches are going to sit at the back. If that makes sense. Like a lot of what goes on in the shaping between the head and the body are going to be covered over by these shoulder blades. Like, it's cool. Like when you think in layers, sometimes you can simplify things right down. Current name list: The Pugilist, Punchy Patty, and is it Franchon? Francon? I'm a little bit uneducated when it comes to French pronunciation. Your pliers have blipped out of this plane of existence. I don't know where they went. Check for dragons. My experience, it tends to be dragons. What's this about Fiona and Cake? Oh, we were just talking about Adventure Time, and they are the gender-swapped Finn and Jake. Guys, what Gen 1 Pokemon would look cutest in Adventure Time style? Ooh, that's a good question. Oh, that's hard. Cause like, I know the Ice King is in there somewhere, right? I'm trying to picture it. The Machop, Machoke, and Machamp line are just so clearly those, I can't remember names. It's been so long since I've seen it. You know how they find, he goes to, oh, spoilers, guys. Spoilers for a really old show. He goes to that like underground sewer and he finds that group of people who have like the animal hats on. I feel like that's what Machop, Machoke, and Machamp would look like. I'm not saying they're the cutest, but I think that's what they would look like. I feel like Jinx would kind of be like a female Ice King. A little bit. Which makes sense as she's ice typed as well. Like either that or he would just like immediately wife her. Ditto is Lumpy Space Princess, right? There's just like some really obvious ones here. Hitmon Groot. Yeah. Okay, so now I need to put all of the decreases along one side, but I want that side to be over here so that I'm not messing around back here. I just don't like to take the risk of ever having to put a decrease over the end of a row. I used to not think about it so much, but I just know how much confusion it sows. I don't think Mr. Mime would need to have his design changed at all to fit into Adventure Time, really. So if I do 3 single crochet 3 togethers, that will use up a total of 9 stitches, leaving me with 6 remaining. And I could do 3 and 3, which would leave me with 9 overall. And then I could just clump 3 regular decreases in the subsequent row. That's good. That'll give her the impression of having a chin, but without like, yeah, this is going to work. This is going to be fine. 3 single crochet, 3 single crochet 3 together, and 3 single crochet, bringing us down to 9. Next row is 3 decreases with single crochet on either side. Cool. Coo. Hitmon Groot. That's 1, 2, 3, then back to the start. I may even stay at 9 stitches around. We'll see how we feel. Sometimes it's just about doing it and then seeing how we feel about it afterwards. Gotta be careful, gotta put the eyes in. We got rules about that. But I had to wait until I put some sort of distinctive marking in there so that I can tell you guys where to put the eyes in. Otherwise we're just the blind leading the blind. Okay, that's a little head. We'll do a little like thing over the top later with the little spikies. So let's, I had some eyes here. There they are. The pliers were on the leg. So not, in fact, vanished to another dimension. But really rather conveniently located. And you know what? I feel you. Okay? I understand. Okay, I think that's approximately where I would want them to be. The little frowny face goes like here. Whee. But, yeah, as I was saying, I don't think I am going to go any smaller than that. I think that's just a good size for the head to be. I'm going to change to my purple before I snap the eye. Like, okay, I'm going to do something that's a little bit like, the design is chaotic so that the making of the pattern later will be easier, but I basically need to, oh, hey, I've got 2 balls of this. That's probably how this happened. I'm going to make the eye, that face piece that goes over the top before I go any further, just to ensure that everything's kind of fitting correctly, you know? So that's pretty close to being the exact right size. Just needs to move maybe a little bit narrower. And this doesn't actually have to be a point because we're going to be sewing it down flat. In fact, flat is easier for us. And I can see there's 2 stitches between the eyes, so 2 is the maximum width we have to work with first. Because I'm going to start in the middle of the face and we're going to work up towards the back, and then I'm going to use stitches of different heights just to establish there's different grooty pieces. So we will chain 3, we will turn, we will 2 single crochet and turn. Then we'll probably increase twice because that feels like what we'd probably do in that scenario, and we'll turn. And just like that, we'll be at 4 stitches and we will have choices to make. I could see Mr. Mime fitting into an Adventure Time Pokemon crossover. He's just got, yeah, that's what I mean. I just feel like Mr. Mime just like absolutely no changes. He just would wander onto set and they would accidentally put him to work. It's kind of like Michael Cera. I'm pretty sure he just wandered onto a set one day. And it was too awkward to correct them when they plonked him in front of a camera. Okay, do a little increase. And another little increase. Now I think continuing to increase on both sides is going to be too much, but let's good. All right. Actually, you know what? I am wrong. I'm wrong. Increasing 1 on each side is the perfect amount of increasing. So increase, 2 single crochet, increase, and we'll turn. Mr. Bones, would you mind sharing the current name suggestion list, if you've got one handy? Alright, that's a pretty good width, so we'll probably stay there at 6. But it needs a little bit more depth. Okay, so the current name list is, all right, so it has stayed the same, good. So it's the Pugilist, Punchy Patty, and Francon. CH hard or soft? Someone please help me. Oh, and Hitmon Groot has been voted into the list, honey, unless you have a particular objection to it. No, I like the idea of calling them Groot-chan. Because, yeah, like, Chan is like a... Yeah, I think you've described it best there, Jinx, with the little... as an honorific for small and cute things. It's like Aka-chan is Japanese for baby. And so there's Sun that you can affix to people's names, which I think is meant to be more formal, and then Chan is like cute, little. Forgive me if I don't know what it means, I'm not going to say it. So if you put that there for me to pronounce, I'm not going to do it. Who knows what you're making me say? Fran Chon. So Chon, the ch. The Mega Chong Dragon looks extra huge back there bursting out of its shell, but he doesn't fit. He's doing his best. He's actually the perfect size for that cube as well. He overlaps it just enough. It makes me want to make like a bunch more that scale, or not of him specifically, but like of different patterns, so that like they're all busting out of their cubes. I just love the aesthetic so much. But those big ones are so much work. Oh my goodness. I had to work on him, I think it was for a month. Something like that. I probably said it in the video, but just like over the course of a month, I just worked and worked and worked and worked and worked on him in every spare moment. That was a lot. So I have 6 stitches across the top here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what's fun about that is there's only 5 head spikes. So we'll do like, it needs to be a big one in the middle, and then like the 2 side ones are kind of the same. So how big do we want this to be? I'm going to turn, I'm going to slip stitch, because like, I'll hide that bit at the side. You know what I mean? Like I'll sew that down flat. It's not ideal. I wish I'd managed to work out how to just go up to 5 stitches, but I didn't, and I wasn't paying enough attention. Oh no, I'll put that stitch at the end. That makes more sense, because then I can fasten it on down. So we will do, thinking a double treble. 1, 2, 3. And then maybe a treble in the middle. Should have done that in the front loop only. I will correct that in the written notes, but I'm not redoing the stitch. We'll do a double treble in the next one. There's a few other ways to accomplish these if we don't like the look of this. So this is the treble. And another double treble. Did I yarn over enough for that to be a double treble? And we'll just slip stitch in the final stitch. I think I mucked up those final 2 stitches. But we'll just overlay it and see how it feels. Okay, the shaping overall is correct. I think I need to go back and just redo those final 2 stitches, because I did think I like whiffed them a little bit. So that's 2 double treble and slip stitch, a treble and slip stitch, a double treble and slip stitch, and then a double treble slip stitch. There is a difference, but I think that I accidentally did regular trebles in those last 2, so I just want to try them again. That feels better already. Good. Hi Soul! And welcome back, Duchess Cassandra. Yes, we are on to a new Peoplemon. We have finished off Machoke, and we picked Hitmonchan. That's our second one, which is fine. We're just having a Peoplemon type of stream today. A Peoplemon type of day. The more Peoplemon we pack into a single stream, the fewer Peoplemon I have to encounter on individual streams. Oh yeah, that's way better. I'm glad I went back and fixed that. Wait, what? I swear I did double trebles for those, but they are looking very trebly. I guess there's just not a big difference between them. That said, I am pleased with the distance those eyes are apart. I think that that's looking correct. So, we finished the crest. Make a note of that. This is down to 9 stitches. And eyes into row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And note that I need to use those 3 single crochet 3 togethers to work out which side is the front, so I know where to put those eyes. But if I can't get in here to snap the backs on, I can always frog that row. Like, you work the row, put the eyes in, and then like you can frog a row to like snap the backs on and then rework the row. Like, if you like, it's one of those ways of getting around the fact that you sometimes have to narrow right off to a fine point to work out where the eyes go. It's not something I do a lot in my patterns, but for today it might need to happen, so it's just like, it's absolutely a perfectly fine thing to do. I mean, how often have you had to frog for no reason? This is a very good reason to frog. 2 stitches between. Single crochet 3 togs are front of face. Oh, excellent. You put the trash can on the raccoon's head. I love that. Okay, so we'll snap the backs of those eyes on now that I'm happy, and we'll stuff the head as well. Where is my bag of eyes? Modern witches have modern problems. I think I put it back over here. Yeah, Faye, that's also why I'm not saying it out loud, because I can't think of a single way to pronounce it that isn't that. So, like the oak pun, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I'm never going to not read it as something not okay. Ready? So yeah, like I'm not sure I'm going to be able to reach, but we're going to do our best, because we can always just like stretch the fabric around. Oh yeah, no, it's going to be fine. Still, that advice still stands of like frogging a row if you can't quite reach. There we go. Snapping the eyes on. And stuffing the head. Just because I think I'm going to have an easier time crafting how the body looks with that head crest pinned on. Excellent. Okay. Yes, Anne-Marie. Today's theme, we picked Pokemon who have accessorized themselves, though one of them kind of didn't really fit the theme, but I warned everybody about that first, so I'm in the clear. We didn't pick it, so that's okay. So I guess I could have just not outed myself as someone who doesn't always follow rules very well. Nevertheless. Oh, I just jabbed that straight into my finger. Isn't that fun? Oh, that's going to go that way, and that's going to go that way. Like, that's pretty close, right? Like, don't get me wrong, it won't have a visible seam, because we'll sew that down as flat and nicely as we can. I think that's pretty close to the... It's maybe a little chubbier cheeked than I would have thought, but I think it gets the impression across. So, okay, we will now flare out into some kind of body shape. So we're going to change to our purple. And we're going to flare straight into 2 shoulders, I think. I don't think we're going to focus, maybe a little bit at the front as well. We have 9 stitches, so that does easily lend itself towards 3 points of increasing. It's just we'll increase wider at the shoulders. We may even do the increase 5 trick again. We did that previously. It worked really well for us. But she only needs narrow little shoulders, really, given that we're going to attach arms and then a shoulder blade. So maybe just an increase 3 would be fine. I'm talking myself into and out of things. Fun times! So I think it's going to be 2 stitches and then an increase there. 2 stitches and an increase there. And then maybe just a regular increase at the front would work nicely for us. So that's 2 single crochet, increase 3, single crochet, increase, single crochet, increase 3, and then 2 single crochet back to the start. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. At least it's an even number. Because it would have been 13 if I didn't increase at the sides. But first we've got to change to our purple. Limited as our options are regarding purple, we will make it work. Gonna go clean the toilet. Ah, smallest petals. One of those necessary evils, but you'll feel better after you've done it. Well, now I've attached this, it looks further around than I thought it was, so maybe that's just 1. And then 1, 2, 3. And then like 1, 2. Increase. Come on. There we go. And then 1. 1, 2, 3. And 1 and 2. Okay, well mathematically it's not even, but visibly it is, so we're going with it. That was weird. There wasn't enough stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh! We only have 8 stitches? That doesn't seem right. I should definitely, definitely have... going back. This is one of those mysteries that cannot go unsolved, fortunately. Most of, if this was just me making it for me, I would just go with it, but that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we still have 9 as of the end of the previous row. I just must have skipped one when I added my purple in. And that's okay. You're putting way too much work into a simple joke. Oh, I loved it though, honey. Oh, I'm sure I would. Current name list: Pugilist, Punchy Patty, Franchon, and Hitmonchan. That's correct. And we're potentially going to be referring to her as Groot-chan. Yeah, okay, so we have 9 now. One, 2. And 2 single crochet back to our starting point. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Excellent. Okay, our numbers are all lining up again. Oh, hey, congrats. Confused Paladin, that's pretty good. Because doesn't Pokerus accelerate things? Look, I feel like Pokerus was, like, sorry, I don't want to, like, detract from how cool it is that you found it, but I feel like Pokerus became way more common once Wonder Trading was a thing, because it was kind of like shinies. People were, like, forcing it out there into the world. The smallest petal, please tell your mum that I wasn't offended. I'm sorry, don't get me wrong, I'm a little touchy, but that's not an offense thing, and it's certainly not your mother's fault. It's more that it's just like kind of a raw spot, honestly. It's just like, I know my hook squeaks, and I'm a little bit like, I hate the idea that it's upsetting people, and I hate that I'm powerless to do anything about it. But yeah, no, I'm absolutely not offended, and I really apologize for making her uncomfortable. Yeah, so we've got like the start of a little shoulder nub here. She's going to have a very large head compared to the rest of her. So we'll do 14 single crochet around. Sorry guys, I know I'm neglecting chat a little bit, but every so often I look up and you're making me smile, so that's good. I'm just trying to keep the show on the road. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so, I mean, if I'm going to do an increase, I got to at least acknowledge the fact that I didn't increase. Let's not just pretend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. Make it legible. Increase 3, and then it should be 3 single crochet back to the start, which should actually bring us to 18, which is a glorious number to work with. 18 is pretty good. It's up there with 12. 12 is also a really good number to work with. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pokerus makes the hidden stack growth go twice as fast. Yeah. It's still really, yeah, it's still really cool, and it's something to like, and doesn't it go away if you box them? Like, there used to be like some other rule that you had to use to like maintain it. It was one of those things where you could spread it, but you have to be careful because otherwise you could lose it. Okay, that's good there. So we'll go 18, 18, nip it in. You want to be the squeakers? I'm not saying the other one, not on stream. It's like the amount of repression I have to do, seriously, it's like, I have a dark and dirty sense of humor. I gotta clean that all the way up. I gotta dunk myself in soap water before I can come on here, because like, there are rules as to what you can and can't say. And when I'm just filming, I can just edit out the worst of my mouth. But like, on stream, I gotta watch myself constantly. You put the raccoon on Discord? That's cool. I'm not currently looking at Discord, but when I see it, I will see it. There has been an absolute army of raccoons flooding the Discord over the last couple of days. It has been so cool to see them all. They just make me smile, and I'm glad that it seems to make everybody else smile too. We are very squeaky. You all are very squeaky. Good. You should continue to talk a lot. We like that. Okay, so that's 18. Whiskers almost got stolen. Alright, you're going to have to fill in some context there for me, Darcy. Six, 7, 8. Oh, is Whiskers a raccoon, or is Whiskers one of your ferals? He needs a picture taken and name later. You're actually going to go do the cleaning. Okay, smallest petal, stop procrastinating and go and clean the loo. Because like if you do it now, there's a chance you'll be able to come back here afterwards and we'll still be live. Whereas if you put it off for too much longer, you'll go clean the bathroom and come back to silence. Echoing, empty silence. Because goodness knows if I'm not on the internet, there's nothing on the internet, right? It's totally how it works. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to add that trash can pattern to like the official Etsy of it. Just, I don't like doing that if it's not out on YouTube, but I also don't want to make a whole video just for the trash can. I'm in just such a weird place with the whole thing. The fact that he doesn't fit inside the trash can, the raccoon, sorry, I'm talking about the raccoon again. Sorry. Just like the fact he doesn't fit into the trash can means that like I don't consider it to be his trash can, but then that kind of thematically fits, if that makes sense, as well, in that no trash cans are their trash cans. Not really, but also all of them are. Whiskers is the name of the raccoon. Okay, cool. You took him out to dinner that night with friends and they stole them, but he got a big booty haul, so he was okay. We're good, as long as there's a happy ending. Alright, I've made it a little broader than I wanted to. It just means I have to decrease a lot now. Every time I say the word a lot, I just immediately have that mental reference of hyperbole and a half's a lot. That's a deep cut though, that's old internet. Is it old internet or am I just old? The questions we must ask ourselves. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of decreasing here. Hello.
It's old internet.
It's old internet.
The alert.
Yeah, the alert. Exactly.
Big furry monster.
Yeah. It's for when people don't put a space between, like, because a lot is like this, right? A lot. I'm explaining it to camera, not you, love. But when people tend to forget to put the space in there.
Like me.
Oh, that's fine. And then it's just like, I cannot draw it properly. It has been too long, but it's like this big fur beast. It's kind of like worm, lump shaped, and it's the allot.
More pyramid shaped or conical.
The allot, exactly. Can we see Machamp? Sure. That's not who we made today, but we still have him here. Yeah, I like this a lot. Exactly. Yeah, it's like every time I hear it or read it or say it, I get that in, like that picture in my head. It's just like the allot. I like this a lot. It kind of just like changes language like fundamentally for me. But yeah, no, that's very funny. That blog brought me a lot of joy as well. I think I read the first book she put out. Is it Ali Brosh? Where am I getting that name from? Anyway, I read the first book, but I enjoyed the weblog significantly more, and I think it was possibly because it was like bite-sized chunks and kind of episodic in nature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That uses 14 stitches, leaving me 2 remaining. Sorry, that's 4 divided by 2. That's not 2 remaining, it's 2 single crochet in my half. The words that I say don't always represent the full thought that I'm having. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But we struggle on. I'm going to have the last of this. But yeah, sorry, if you want to see Machoke, I'll swap them out. So the request did come in for Machamp. Machoke is half a man. He is what's left. But soon he'll be all right. Just like, I'll make the second arm and the second leg off stream. You guys don't need to sit there and watch me duplicate pieces. Okay, we can trim this off. We don't need that again. For someone who complained about the twin beiges, I certainly got my use out of them. Now I can go away too, and we're working with our purple. One and 2. Now the decreases begin. Go. And then 1 and 2. We decrease. Yeah, we do single crochet 3 together, and we decrease. Mr. Bones, I just got that out of my head. Feel like I'm not the only one having that experience. Oh yeah, hydrate or dehydrate, everybody. I've been very neglectful. We are not frogs. We are definitely dry. Loot. You forgot that song for all of February and now it's stuck in your head full time. Mr. Bones, after I showed him that song, because I'm the one guilty of showing him that song, played, not the full song, but a clip of that song on repeat all day. And I couldn't even be mad about it because it's such a freaking bop. Like, it just went around and around and around and around for hours and we just couldn't get enough of it. Our neighbors must have thought we were insane. It's just, yeah. It's a good song. Excellent song. Alright, so we're down to 10 stitches and I'm going to do 10 in purple changing to black and then I'm going to front post with black to get the little nipped in waist appearance. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on. 8, 9, 10. There we go. Excuse the weirdness, I apologize. Don't know where that came from or why it's here. And then we will do 10 front post in our black. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a shame we know that her bloomers are purple, otherwise I'd just finish off the body nub in black and then reattach to make the purple skirt. But we do know that the bloom... The Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. I would have to look that one up, Bottega Channel. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Theme song for this particular stream, though. There wasn't an 11. It only counted to 10. It's just I said 8 and then I flubbed 8 and I told myself off about it, so that's what you were hearing. Oh, gotta just pop my shoulders, hold on. That's the good stuff. Alright, changing back to our purple. And I think we'll work in the wee little back loops. We'll do 1, 2, 3, and increase. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be, yeah, cool. Purple, back loops only, 3 single crochet, increase, 4 single crochet, increase, single crochet. Do not speak to me about the old internet, for I was there when the memes were first wrought. I can sing the song of our people. Oh, that wasn't my back, that was my shoulders. You gotta pop them back in every so often. Where it's all good. It feels great. I feel like it used to really bother me, and then I found that perfect like combination of activities, which is just like you act like you're holding something in front of you, and then you like act like you're passing it to yourself behind your back. Gets the best pop. It's great. But I do want to be clear, it's not my back. My back is fine. Okay. So now the answer is, do I flare out using these front loops? Maybe I do. Do I flare out first or do I close off first? We're going to close off first. So once again, in just the back loops. 1, 2, 3. We should have 12 stitches. We'll do 2 rounds of 12. And then 6 decreases, and it's done. Might even chuck a little weight in there. We can trim off the black now though, for sure. We're making excellent progress. Oh, and hey, we've actually made it to almost 4 hours into the stream. Like, after a couple of short ones, it's kind of a relief to know that I still have it in me. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. We're gonna need those front loops again, so I'm gonna mark them right now. Because, yeah, we got to create like a nub under the body, and then I'll reattach and we'll flare out a skirt. Yes, she speaks the sacred scripture of dial-up. Yeah, I only had access to dial-up until I turned 18. And even then I only got stronger internet because I moved into university campus stuff. Numbers there are a little bit vaguer than that, but like, yeah, I moved away from home at that age. You're very late, but you got here anyway, nerdy. I hope you were well. Oh yeah, well we weren't fighting Mons on purpose. It just sort of turned out that way. A couple of weights in here. She's impatient, we need to add weight. Though I suppose there's probably a boxing joke in there about making weight. They want to be lighter though, not heavier. 1, 2, 3. Enough with the annoying voices. What are you doing? The bit that was on repeat was basically the first minute of the song. So it was the first verse and then the chorus. It didn't go into the second verse.
I posted it in Discord.
Oh, okay.
I printed off an email for you because I thought you'd find it funny.
Printed off an email?
As in, like, because we're old.
Oh.
We were there when the internet was first.
Oh, you should have faxed it to me, love. I would have gotten it straight away.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I just
all fax, no printer.
I just walked it over. Do you want to see?
Yeah. I can see that it's Abe. So I formatted my meme like this, which was the style at the time. You don't understand though, those motivational posters with like the words underneath, they were the old school memes. Like, it's just like they used them for like uplifting and subjugation purposes. Work. You're here forever. Yeah, okay, Steelix, get in the ball. I hope that helped. Everybody hold B to help Confused Paladin. This is important. We need to catch the Steelix. You spent all week trying to think of how to be clever about it, but I couldn't find your BCB shit, so I'm just going to say here, baby girl has arrived. Oh, congratulations! Mario Day is such a great birthday as well. Like, March 10th, just perfect. Happy birthday to baby girl Musketeer. No, Master. Why do I do that? Why do I think your name is Musketeer? Your name is not. It's the nerded here part of it. So, happy birthday to the baby nerd. How's that? Oh, I'm so excited. I knew it was coming up, but I didn't want to, like, ask, because that's weird for me, a stranger on the internet, to inquire about. Sorry, I'm just going to stay in my little happy bubble for a second because I'm waiting to read the updates, even though I know I'm supposed to be the one talking. It's like, to talk, I would have to change the subject, and I'm not interested in changing the subject. Yeah, Nerd Musketeer, I understand where it's coming from. It's just so funny to me because you're clearly Nerded Tier Master when I read it, but in my brain, I go away going Nerd Musketeer. Oh goody, I took out the stitch marker that was actually doing something. It's fine. We'll get it. It's fine. This is 12 around, so 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm actually feeling just a little bit weepy because I remember many streams ago when you announced that you were expecting, and it's just like, oh gosh, I'm having emotions. Hold on. I'm going away for a second. I am very happy for you. I just don't know how to process that emotion. Okay, we're good though. So, I am building a skirt on Hitmonchan. That is what I am doing. That is where all of my processing power is going. Whew. And there we go. So, I've just reattached in the front loops that we left free. And I'm going to build just like a straight circle skirt out. It's not going to drape the same way, but I don't think anybody expects me to drape a skirt on Hitmonchan. There we go. And don't be sorry, don't be ridiculous. I'm an emotional lightweight. I got overwhelmed by happy. What am I supposed to do with that? Yes, hooray, hooray, exactly. Oh, lovely. Divine, I understand that question is asked with the best of intentions, but I would encourage you to not ask people that question. Just gently. Sam, you cried everything. Right, it's just like, I swear I didn't used to be like this. And now it's just like, oh gosh, I get the boo-hoos over a freaking meme? But like, this was at least a valid thing. It's just also embarrassing to be the one on camera as I get all weird about it. Your family's doing well. Baby girl's healthy, and mum and stepdad have been helping a ton and helping. Oh yeah, yeah, good. I'm glad you've got a village. That's important. I'm very pleased for you. And I look forward to keeping you company on many, many, many long nights, even if it's just the stream replays. Because I have it on good authority that my voice puts babies to sleep. We'll have her crocheting by the time she can hold a hook. Okay, so that skirt's now up to 24, and I haven't written down a single row of it, so let's just fix that now, shall we? Reattach in front loop, floop. Whenever I write front loop or back loop, I write floop and bloop in my notes. And that entertains me. But it's something you guys would never be aware of because you never get to see my notes. But yeah, I write floop and bloop. And then we did 6 repeats of a single crochet and an increase. And then 6 repeats of a single crochet and an increase and a single crochet. So that was first up to 18 and then up to 24. You neither. You've turned into your dad who cries at everything. I blame turning 30. You know what? That might have been it. It's like, yeah, that's about the right time frame. Okay, that is the world's shortest little skirt. Oh, God, I'm gonna have to like compress this down a little bit. I've gotten the proportions off a little bit, but not too badly. I'm just trying to work out if I want to go out again because we're sitting cross-legged, so the skirt will be flared out. So I could go 1 row wider again. Maybe I will. That sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. Should have really made the legs first, but I wasn't really thinking. So we'll go 1 more row, 3 single crochet and an increase, and then yeah, that's it. So that's how you get to 30. We should name some Pokemon Floop and Bloop. Oh, we absolutely should. But it has to be one that needs a lot of loops. Congratulations, smallest petal. Your chores are done and you may now rest a while at the fire. Celebratory washing of hands. I always find that I need to just like full on shower and wash my hair afterwards. Got to get the smell of the cleaning stuff off me. Yeah, I love the name Floop and Bloop. But like, okay, who would we name that though? Because like I feel like that's a duo, not something with 3 evolutions. Oh my goodness. I can't. There's, you know how there's Dino, D-E-I-N-O. There's Dino, and then there's like Hydreigon, who's like the one head with the 2 hand puppets. But in between, you've got the 2-headed dragon. That's totally Floop and Bloop, right? Am I wrong? I'm trying to remember the name of the middle evolution there, because there's Dino, and then Hydreigon is the last one. I'm pretty sure. Sheep? Zuelos. That name's just out of nowhere. Which duos are left? Well, we haven't made in Gen 1, we haven't made Krabby or Kingler. We haven't made Rhydon or Rhyhorn. We haven't made Kabuto or Kabutops. Might be it. Because we've at least started and thus named most of the other evolutionary lines. There's just not many left. We are powering our way through it. Honestly, I would have been down to call Magikarp Floop and Gyarados Bloop. I was just like, that's the sort of thing that just really appeals to me. Ein, zwei, drei. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Confused Paladin. That actually really helps me. Mr. Boats. Now that your enemy has been defeated, you can sit upon your porcelain throne and relax as only the victor can. When you play the Game of Thrones... I'm not finishing the sentence, I'm sorry. Honestly, no, but Magikarp's already Goldie Flops, and that is just like a really good name for Magikarp. I actually kind of want to call Magikarp Bloop, because like fish bloop, and then like I refer to like those strands of yarn that like circle out and get pulled back in as floops, and so like that's actually, Gyarados is the shape of a floop, and so like it would be Bloop and Floop. No, we can't. We can't do it. Goldiflops is a fantastic name, and I'm not about rewriting you guys' votes. You guys voted for that name. It was a perfect, wonderful name. Still is a perfect, wonderful name. But, like, no, we have to find someone else if we want to name them Bloop and Floop. I'm also getting kind of like a Min and Plusle vibe from them. Or maybe like a volume... What is it? Like Illumise and... Is it Volumize? They could be Bloop and Floop. Nah, see, Kabutops and Kabuto need Kiki names, whereas like Floop and Bloop are, I can't remember the name of the other one, but like Boba. They're Boba names. Like they're soft round sounds, and so they don't match sharp pointy Pokemon. Do I know the Magikarp song? I do not, Ghost Ride Girl. Volbeat, thank you. That's what it was. Volbeat and Illumise. Oh, thanks for hanging out, that random wolf. We appreciate you. I don't know if we need another row for that skirt. We will find out when the legs are actually attached. I'm thinking that we probably need a little bit of length. I don't need to trim it off or anything. It's just that's where we currently are. And I will be doing a strand of yarn down the middle of her to like compress. She's a little bit stretched at the moment. So arms, let's do some arms. We will grab our orange and start in the boxing glove. The boxing glove is smaller than the head, and the head is 15 stitches around. So I can get away with doing either a 9 or a 12. Yeah, I put some thought into that before we got started. Really the widest part of the face. Yeah, no, the widest part only got up to 15, so that's fine. We'll start with Madring 6. Oh, if Goldiflops might have been a CK veto. Well, I'm still standing by my veto then. Sorry, that's going to happen occasionally. I don't think I've done it very often. It's just I think Goldiflops is a perfect name for Magikarp. It is. You'll send it to me on Discord? Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't accept private messages on Discord because it gets very worky very quickly. But yeah, just post it to the live stream channel. I tend to do a scroll through after stream and catch up with everything that I've missed. If I hang out there too long, I end up seeing horrible nightmare flamingos. And other such distracting items. Sleep wants you. Good. Raven Wolf, let sleep take you. Goldiflops is a fantastic name. It was also, I believe it was suggested by Mark, who doesn't make it to streams very often anymore, which is fine. I think the time shifted or whatever, but like, you know, it's just, we like the name. The name stands. Those flamingos are Mr. Bones' mouth. Yeah, no, Mr. Bones is in there just sowing the chaos right now, and I just can't be part of it and concentrate on what I'm supposed to be doing. Ah, that skeleton keeps my life interesting, that is for sure. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, good. So that's 12 around. That is a big boxing glove for a little lady. And now we go around. I probably could have done these slightly smaller, but I've decided to give her large boxing gloves. Alright, good night to everybody who is peeling off at this point. We appreciate your company. It was nice to see you. You can always catch up on stream afterwards. We leave it up, obviously. Yeah, and I don't change the thumbnail to a spoiler until somewhere between day 4 and day 6, depending on what my workload is. So you can come back and see what the rest of the answers were later. But for now, good tidings. Your current theory is that as Mr. Mime gets older, it doesn't get any bigger, but instead its limbs just get longer and longer. Mr. Burns! You are just determined to ruin people's day right now, honey. You need to calm down. Besides, we fixed Mr. Mime, remember? Our Mr. Mime is named Humpty and he's really cute and sweet and we like him a lot. And I'm basically going to use his legs for Hitmonchan. Do we have a name list so far? I know it has the Pugilist, it has, is it Punchy Patty or Patty Punchy? And Hitmon Groot. But that's not the actual list, that's just from memory. I'm waiting on Mr. Bones's official name list. That's a Doctor Who reference, whether you knew it or not. Okay, yeah, there we go. We got the name list officially. Hey, I'm sorry. The French one I have yet to see someone tell me how to pronounce the French one. I'm not going to say another thing until someone tells me how to pronounce the French one because I need it. I need to know. Is it Franchon? Francon? Franchon? Cardboard box is a name. I don't know what's going on there. I've lost control of the asylum.
Amazon, because it does the most boxing.
I was just going to go with the postal service, but it's more likely to lose your boxes than to box. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you know what? We're going to do that instead. 4 decreases, 4 single crochet. Just gives it a slightly different shape if I split the decreases over 2 rows instead of just powering through them all in one. More like curled over mitt shape. Must have missed it? Yeah. It's like, I'll admit that I've only watched Doctor Who up to a certain point. Just because... And it's not because the show got bad, honestly, it's because it got too good. Like, my embarrassing Doctor Who confession is the fact that The Girl in the Fireplace was such a superior piece of storytelling to me, and it resonated with me so hard. I knew that all other episodes would be compared to it, and none would compare. And so I just stopped watching. And I know I'm not the only one who feels that way, because that episode won all the awards. Did the BCB have any luck today? No, BCB managed to pick purple and red. In a world where the other 2 colours look like this. Is that going to work? Dang, that was such a good thing. Oh, there we go. And there we go. Alright, cool. So yeah, in a world where the other 2 colours look like this, the BCB chose red and purple. But, if you like, we can vote on what you would have voted for. I'm not making a third one today, but we can vote if you want to vote to reveal another one of them now if you want. Sorry, that was a whole lot of garble. What I'm going to say is vote, and we will reveal another one now, just while I'm working away. So your options are 1 and 2. I'll put it back up on the corner of the screen. There we go. And BCB, you are guaranteed a win here. And like, I feel like you guys might need one. So, yes, you are voting to reveal one of the others. Because, like, when I went on break, it looked like 1 was off to an early lead, and I thought it was going to be the one that won. And I was like, okay, cool, that's fun. But, nope, didn't make it across the line, and that's okay. Sometimes the things that you think are going to turn out don't. We roll with that. Yeah, see, exactly, the BCB can still win one. This one goes out to you guys. I think the problem is that all most of the BCB is also Purple Menace, but not all Purple Menace is BCB. And I will add, for anybody who missed the first 2 votes, the colours aren't the colours of the Pokemon. The colours have been taken from the Pokemon sprites, but it's the colour of their accessory or clothing item. And one of the 2 remaining ones doesn't really fit the theme of Pokemon who have accessorized. I just really wanted to make that particular Pokemon today. It didn't get chosen, and that's fine. It's happened before, it'll happen again. Oh yeah, I'm glad I went back and I changed that to back loops. It's given such nice definition between the glove and the hand, even though I think it's all just flesh. It's just swollen, angry, red flesh. Punchy flesh. Beige. Bloop. 6 single crochet. And then we're just going to do a whole bunch of noodle. Whole bunch of noodle. Loot, if that's got you giggling, you can prepare for this. This was one of ye old tongue twisters. 1-1 was a racing horse and 2-2 was 1-2. 1-1-1-1 race and 2-2-1-1-2. Some things, seriously, I could be remembering something useful. Instead I've got that rattling around up there in perpetuity. Yeah, today's theme were Pokemon who like got dressed or accessorized themselves in some manner. And so Machoke has his hot pants on, his bloomers. And Hitmonchan, we went with the boxing gloves, though honestly the whole outfit could technically fit the theme. Hitmonchan hit the theme twice, and so I got away with having one of them not hit the theme at all. I'm allowed to be chaotic if I want. Alright, so it looks like number 1 has won. Let us reveal who was behind door number 1. Bring up this. Remove that. So door number 1 was the Pokemon who didn't really fit the theme. Because like the shelter on its tail doesn't really count as an accessory, but I've just like really wanted to make Slowbro for a few weeks now. But that's okay. Forget that. Just don't look at what you just saw on number 2. You just got an additional bonus hint for door number 2. Yeah, like 2 baboon bottoms, exactly. Yeah, I did see the name come up. I'm trying to be better about still reading out loud people who guess correctly, because otherwise I give it away. Oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you for everyone who's telling me to close the poll. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. I did tell you that you'd be disappointed at both the fact that number 1 and number 2 didn't get voted for, but I don't control it. I can just keep putting good ones in there, and the more we pick off the ones that people aren't super excited about, like Hitmonchan and Machoke, the more just really good ones we're left with. There's only 44 left to go. Like, and in there, there's some really, really good ones. You say it does, Octopus? Yes, that's what I mean. It's like it kind of does. The others are more distinctly clothing type elements, and so like I just wanted to disclaimer it a little bit at the start so that y'all didn't feel betrayed if you'd picked it, and then you were like, that's not clothing, that's a shell. That's not clothing, that's a parasite. The fact that sea urchins use objects as hats is delightful. In fact, any sea creature that accessorizes to that extent is just very enjoyable to me. Yeah, that's what Nerdatia, I'm right there with you. It's just like and I don't know how often I can remind you all of this, is that the boring colors are always the ones you regret not picking. You always get sucked in by the shiny purple or the pretty yellow or the green. And just like, the beige, guys. You want the beige. You want the white one. You want that brown color. You know, you want those boring colors. They're the good Pokemon. Yeah, if we keep this up, we'll only have the good ones left. I'm just going to tantrum over. I think that's enough arm. So that is, how many rows did we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We did 6 rows of arm. Her armies are prepared, but she has no leggies and cannot face defeat. Oh, happy time zone, Mark. I was actually just talking about you. Was it you that suggested the name Goldie Flops? For Magikarp, way back. Yeah. Okay, good. Arm. So now we need a leg. I'm just going to grab the other end of the purple. Yes, excellent. Yeah, good. There was some conversation about whether or not we should change the name because I had vetoed everybody and ruled it as irrelevant and named it Goldie Flops. And I was like, no, it was a name suggestion from the community. We're not doing that. Leg. Alright, so I gotta make a shoe. Really big shoe. Shoe. I'm gonna assume that it starts with a magic ring of 6. I think it fits the theme more than you calling Kangaskhan's baby a potential accessory. Loot, I honestly would have gone for that. Or, like, there's a potential theme brewing of, like, there are 2 Pokemon in this picture. Slowbro, Kangaskhan. I'm sure there's others in there. Hypothetically. Maybe a couple of wheels in the mix. I can pad things out with wheels. And honestly, if like I did today, I just say one of these doesn't match the theme, it throws the whole thing out because you can never tell which color is the one that doesn't match the theme. I'm gonna, like, there was a whole section that we talked about this in, but like I'm going to have to work harder to try and keep it chaotic and confusing because we are really narrowing down this list now. We are very far through. I'm pleased to be getting through 2 today, though, I have to say. Wasn't sure we were going to make it. And here we are. Okay, I have the start of a shoe. Magic ring 6, 2 single crochet, increase 3 single crochet. Oh, hydrate or diet it, everybody. This is probably your half-hour warning. We're probably going to wrap this up pretty soon. We will do the final reveal before we go, though sometimes I forget, and thankfully you guys remind me. So do keep that up. That's good for us all, really. Yeah, you're basically forcing me to make doll clothes. I'm super unimpressed, guys. Like, not only did I have to make, like, buff dude in underpants, now I'm having to make skirts and dresses and shoes. It's like, this is just not my thing. But that's okay. We'll make it, and then we never have to ever again. You know what? Just for that, I'm not going to make her shoes clogs. I'm just going to make them shoe-shaped. And 2. I need a nap.
Skeleton clothes.
No, you want armor, bub. Or vines weaving in and out. You can do some cool things. Maybe a hamster on a wheel in the ribcage.
Maybe a pet that lives in a skull.
Yeah. Since Machamp couldn't be Stinkmaster, can Hitmonchan be Stinkmaster? Why are any of them Stinkmaster? Hello, Blue Owl. Just about awake now. What have you missed? We've made Machoke and we've made Hitmonchan. And yeah, that's it. That's what you've missed. The theme was Pokemon with accessories. So we've just knocked off a couple with some clothing. Yeah. Mr. Bones got a little loopy and shared a whole bunch of cursed images to the Discord. Are we at the crazy part of the stream yet? Then I honestly think we started at the crazy part and just sort of tapered down from there. Right around the time I was crocheting, is about the time where I started to become a little bit more flappable. We'll go 2, and then I'll do a picot, and fine, we'll make the clog. Picot, 8 single crochet. You're all out here trying to cause psychological damage to everybody with that stuff. Okay, no more Doctor Who quotes. You can feel free to talk about it, but if you're going to quote stuff like that episode, no. Who don't... Stop it. Everyone stop. We're on our last leg, folks. Actually, you know what? We should start the name vote. Let's do that. So, those names were the pugilist, which means boxer, for anybody wondering, or somebody who solves their problems with their fists. It probably has an actual specific meaning, but that's what I know it as. The punchy patty. Franchon. Yeah, Grimsquirrel, that is not what I said. Yeah. It's easier for me to just type at this point. I'm 4 characters out. Hitmon group, but I love you and I appreciate you. Alright, pick the name. Anyway, I'm making a shoe. We're going to single crochet 4 together because I'm feeling like bringing an end to this, and sometimes you have to do crazy things to make things stop. There we go. Like, this is not looking at all shoe shaped. Not in the slightest. So that was a single crochet 4 together, and now we're doing a decrease, and I'm going to do a decrease on the other side too because we're just living that kind of life at the moment. Yeah. 2 single crochet and a decrease, and then we're changing to our leg color, and that's just the booty. The booty is what the booty is. It is beautiful. We're going with Hitmon Groot. For anyone lost as to why we're doing that, it's because of the head shape. I did say the word crotch though. I was going for a pun that didn't quite play out between crocheting and the fact that I was crocheting a pair of underpants. So I went with crotcheting as though I was pronouncing it literally, but it kind of just like didn't land, and then I was trying to move on from it, but then you thought I said something kind of messed up. I kind of just like not really the vibe, so I just thought we'd address that. It's such a Grooty head. It is a Grooty head. Grim Scribble, you can be honest. You hoped I was getting weird. Everyone's just out here salivating for the weirdness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honestly, the weirdness is restorative. It is. We all like a little bit of weird. 2, 3, 4, 5. My sketch looks like a sad baby Groot. Well, I'm sorry. I really struggled with the sketches today. I don't think they really represent either Pokemon. But they can't all be winners. And if they're gonna look like people, I'll admit that I have a hard time caring enough to get them perfect. It's not something I'm proud of, but it also just is what it is. I consider some Pokemon that just have to be done, and some Pokemon are ones that I'm gonna just like pour all of my time and effort into. It's just, ouch, sorry, bumped my knee. Whole world probably moved for you. Everything is okay. Don't panic. Oh, hi Dark Hour Rose. I'm good. How are you? It's less weird. Duchess Cassandra, that is less weird. Me mispronouncing a word is decidedly less weird than talking about personal grooming. Today's sketches are really cute. Well, thank you very much. I do, like, if I can't make them accurate, I'm going to make them cute. It's a fallback position. It's like, I think I've talked about in videos before about the idea of, like, if I can't make something look good, I'm going to make it look intentional, so that at least if it's bad looking, it looks like a bad design choice. It's like intentionally bad instead of just like accidentally bad. Intentional will always look better than accidental. Jump on dots, what did I just say? Okay, so we've got our little clog with a little curled toe, and they're going to be like full on like twisted around type legs, though we might just go straight out, honestly. I was going to go for a meditative pose, but that's so much extra leg and it's just going to make the leg look really broken. But a little seated pose is fine. If you're going to make bipeds without tails, it makes it really hard to make them balance. That's all I'm going to say about that. I say that casually as like Machoke, the standing champion. But he has a prosthetic that Mr. Bones designed for him that literally keeps him upright. It's like it goes up into the leg. Right? That's Mr. Bones for you. Delivering the goods. My knee okay? Oh, my knee's fine. Yeah, knee's perfectly fine. Though thank you for asking. I just wanted to express the fact that we are tectonically stable. It's me bringing the instability. Yeah, it's a great little thing, but you have to be careful with them, with those little stable pieces, because if they ever become separated from the creation they're helping to stand, they are literally just caltrops. If you think stepping on Lego is bad, if you wait till you have to find a wire stand with your foot in the dark. Two, three, four, five, and six. I think I've done 6. It might be slightly more than that. No, it's slightly less than that because I've just overlapped it. I should do 4 more stitches. 4 more stitches. 1, 2. Because this is only 5 around, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I haven't kept count at all, but I can at least see where I changed my colors, and so I'm going with that. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Perfect 7 rows. 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to close off this name vote. Oh, it's still moving, actually. Y'all, if any last minute votes are waiting, it looks like it's pretty close right now between Punchy Patty and Hitmongroot, and the percentage just shifted. So, I'll give you another minute. If I looked at it and it hadn't moved right in that second, I would have been like, oh, okay, cool, all the votes are probably in. But if you wanted to register your opinion here, now is your chance. Go. Go. Sleep well, Nerdatia, and congratulations again. You know what? I think that skirt is long enough. Yeah, there we go. And we're wrapping things up here too. Alright, so I just finished off that skirt with a little slip stitch. We won't make the remaining arm and the leg on stream. I'll do that. Oh, I haven't done the shoulder pad yet. My apologies. We will be doing the shoulder pad here. So it needs kind of like a long triangle. And I think I'm going to do it round because it'll give us a nicer edge. Mark, I'm going to assume that's a genuine question. No, Mr. Bones, that's just confusing. Groot is the tree character from Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. You might have come across that in pop culture. All right, 4, 5, 6. But he has a head crown of bark that looks kind of like this, so it's a reference. Okay, guys, everyone chanting "I am Groot" is not helpful. For context here, "I am Groot" is all that Groot can say. that is their one line. I believe he's voiced by Vin Diesel. She's like, all together now. I am Groot. We are Groot. Oh, hey, Groot is also the Dutch word for big. There you go. I learned the most interesting things here. I've recently, like for example, about 6 months ago I learned that swearing in German is still swearing when there's Germans listening. That was a fun day for me. Magic ring 6. 3 single crochet and an increase. And now, I shouldn't have done that. So the shape we want is a long triangle, which isn't necessarily equal, but we should start using increased 3s to really push out those points, and I should have started that in the previous row. So we're going to go back and we're going to do it right. Okay, so I can picture Baby Groot dancing, but I can't picture his voice right now. I'm going to have to go seek that out. I'm assuming it's tiny, adorable, and ridiculous that it's coming from a grown man without a voice adapter. But, you know, that's just talent. Okay. Sorry, ground is the stuff you put between wall tiles. It's just the matter-of-fact way I read that message out. Like, Jackie? Grout is the stuff you put between tiles. I'm glad I could help, Dark Hour Rose. I appreciate having the company, frankly, while I'm crocheting. So it's nice to know I can be that for other people. I apologize for how often I start counting, which has to be an issue. The hook is starting to get real squeaky at this point, if I'm noticing it, because normally it takes a while for me to even notice we're squeaking. We're definitely squeaking now. 1, 2, 3. Right, we're just going to finish up. Okay, so name hasn't moved in a while. It seems to be pretty stable at this point. I'm going to close off the poll now. End poll. Okay, Hitmon Groot is officially the name of Hitmonchan. And if Hitmonchan is being especially cute, we can call her Groot-chan. Hitmon Groot. Okay, but it means Hitmonlee kind of has to be Hitmon chicken leg. If we're just naming them after things they look like. It's not like you can count anyway. Okay, okay. You're definitely a crocheter. Noted. Hitmonchan is a male Pokemon. Okay. Not Martini. Yay! One. I think that's the end of that row. 3, 2 single crochet, ink 3, single crochet. Is that enough? Oh yeah, that's plenty. Shoulder pads that even your 80s grandma would be jealous of. Okay. And then that will go here. And again, it's a duplicate item, so I'll just make another one of them, but you don't need to sit there and watch me do that. So, to summarize, today we've made Hitmon Groot, who is also what's left, but will soon be all right. And we've made Machoke, who will come together a lot more once sewn. So we ticked 2 humans, 2 Peoplemon off the list today, which is huge relief. Very excited about that. It has brought our Crochetdex counter up to 107 made, because I count these 2 as made at this point, because I'll just finish them off stream, which leaves us with 44 to go. That is not very many at all. And let's do the final reveal as to who our final Pokemon is. The theme was technically accessories, so it's Pokemon who were wearing clothing. Anyone want to make any final guesses based on this tiny little hint that you accidentally got when I was erasing things earlier today? Oh, sorry, the hint, like the theme was like clothing or accessories, but also the colors of the doors is the color of the clothing of all the accessories, not the main color of the Pokemon. Normally I do the main color of the Pokemon. But anyway, door number 2 would have been Abra, who I have tried to get you guys to let me make. And you keep refusing, even when I use the colour yellow. So I thought I'd try brown this time, and it turns out that was just not how it was going to go. Abra was number 2, Andy. Oh, I'm glad you had a good time, Divine. That's great. No Marowak. I was just. Okay, how do I say this without swearing? I was just bluffing about having Cubone. Cubone was just literally coincidentally right by me, but like, you guys like to read into every little thing, and I'm happy to let you. Yeah, he's wearing a little, like, some shoulder pads and a little crop top. He's totally Pooh Bearing it. Abra, no! I told you, I knew people would be disappointed as soon as Abra showed his little face. It's always the way. It's always like, he doesn't get voted for, and then I reveal at the end and everyone's like, no, Abra, my baby, my child! Abra will have to be done at some point. But in any case, we're gonna leave this here for today. I hope you all have a really good evening, good afternoon, good morning, or whatever time zone you happen to be in, and enjoy a little music on the way out. All right, bye.